Please be seated. Let me remind you that today's meeting will be webcast for live or subsequent broadcast via the link on the agenda. So members are reminded that the recording of webcast will be kept indefinitely. Members of the press or public may record and take photographs except where there are confidential or exempt items. May I also remind members that they do not enjoy parliamentary privilege in relation to debate in this chamber, and members should be careful in what they say during their debates this afternoon. May I also remind members that if they have mobile phones, please turn them on to silent. We have a list of speakers. Those wishing to speak should make their way to a lectern when I invite you to speak. Finally, I would remind members that they must declare all relevant pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests relating to any items of business to be discussed at this meeting. Does anyone have any interest to declare? No? Thank you. I move that the minutes of the meeting held on 13th July 2021, having been circulated to each member of the Council, be taken as read and confirmed and signed. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Agreed. Thank you. I begin my announcements today with some extremely sad news. It is with greatest sorrow that I announce to this chamber the death of our friend and colleague, Councillor Neil Eustace, who passed away just over a week ago. Neil was elected as a councillor in May 1986 and served the people of Birmingham continuously for over 35 years, sitting on numerous committees and outside bodies. He was a dedicated local councillor and will be greatly missed by the community and by his colleagues. Neil leaves behind 2 sons and a daughter, along with 3 grandchildren. I know you will join me in extending to them our deepest condolences. I move that this Council places on record its sorrow at the death of Councillor Neil Eustace and its appreciation of his devoted service to the residents of Birmingham. The Council extends its deepest sympathy to members of Neil's family in their sad bereavement. Would members and officers please stand for 1 minute silence? Please be seated. I will now call upon councillors to pay tribute to our friend and colleague, Councillor Neil Eustace. First, Councillor Roger Hammer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is my first tribute at full council. That it is for Neil is both terribly sad, but also a huge honour. Neil was born in Small Heath in 1955 and lived round the back of Garrison Lane and became a lifelong blues fan with all the ups and downs that brings. As a boy, he and his mates would sneak onto the ground at St Andrews until, of course, they were clocked and had to make a swift exit. He moved to Yardley in 1971, attending Bearton Road School. After that, he trained as a panel beater, one of the many skilled trades that helped build Birmingham, and worked for Jaguar and Rover until 1991. He then led John Hemming's constituency office throughout John's time as an MP, which was a testament both to his patience and ability to cajole everyone into doing what they needed to do. He was first elected to the council for Yardley Ward in 1986 and represented the area without a break in service for 35 years, a remarkable length of time, only matched by a few. There were, of course, several boundary changes during those years, and he ended up representing the single-seat Yardley East Ward. Like many of us, he was not a fan of single-member wards. Neil was a regular feature on licensing, public protection and the Fire Authority. During the Progressive Partnership, he chaired public protection, giving firm but fair leadership, and was deputy lead member of the Fire Authority. He also represented the council on Edgbaston Safety Advisory Group and was a keen cricket fan. While covering his interests, I'd have to mention both fishing and relaxing in a pub. Combining the two, I'm reliably told he knew every canal towpath, pub and lane to the south of the city, and which of the pubs were best for lunch and a pint. My first memory of Neil was going out leafleting with him in 1994, shortly after I put myself forward to be the candidate for Foxhollies the following year. I was 28, and I couldn't understand how someone who was nearly 40 could deliver so much more quickly than me, without seeming to walk any faster. That was symbolic of how much I had to learn. I never stopped learning from him, and Neil was always generous, not to mention humorous, with his advice to me over the following 27 years. Neil was a big man with a big personality. He was passionate about the community he represented. He understood that there was no shortcut to being a good councillor, and that the core of it was getting out there and talking to people, understanding their concerns and representing them to the council. He would become frustrated when casework wasn't done or wasn't done properly. And the residents of Yardley knew that, and knew that when they needed him, he would fight for them. So that even in the 2012 elections, one of the toughest my party has faced in recent times, he won with a majority of 900 and nearly 50% of the vote. In his last election, he had pushed his share of the vote back up to 65%. His passion for his community went to his core. While he could barely speak at the end due to medication and low oxygen levels, he remained determined that his outstanding casework would be dealt with. He was not just a councillor in name, but in nature too. Neil is survived by his sons Kevin and Robert and his daughter Gina. He cared deeply about them, and I and my group offer our deep condolences to them and the rest of his family. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Now we call upon Councillor Majid Mahmood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, I would like to thank the leader of the Labour Group, Councillor Ian Ward, for inviting me to pay tribute to Councillor Eustace, the elected member for Yardley East Ward, on behalf of the Labour Group. Lord Mayor, as we've heard from colleagues, Neil was one of the most long-standing serving members of the city, having dedicated 35 years of his life to this city. I don't believe there are many in the country that can show an unbroken service of 35 years as a councillor. It is a truly remarkable achievement and shows the fondness that residents had for Neil. Lord Mayor Neil was a resident of Yardley East Ward, the same ward that he represented in some form of capacity, either as a single member or as a part of a group of 3 councillors prior to 2018. I'm assuming over the 35 years he was elected 9 or more times, which shows the popularity of Neil in his ward. Lord Mayor, for several years and prior to the change in the ward boundaries in 2018, Neil was my neighbouring ward colleague and we worked on several projects, including the now finished Iron Lane Works, the Stetford Leisure Centre, Housing Liaison Board events, licensing subcommittees and at the Edgbaston Safety Advisory Group. Lord Mayor, but it is the debates and the banter that we had at the Licensing Public Protection Committee that I will remember Neil for. This is where I really got to know Neil. His passion for public protection was evident, his experience and knowledge around public protection was abundantly clear, and his straight-talking, no-nonsense, getting things done approach was envious. At the same time, I saw his compassion at licensing subcommittees where he was one of the few members who showed more leniency than I did. Lord Mayor, the knowledge and experience of Neil around public protection and fire safety was evident at the Edgbaston Safety Advisory Board that I chaired for 7 years, and Neil was the most productive of members. In fact, on several occasions, we were the only representatives from the City Council board meetings, and I really valued his thoughts. His 21 years' experience in public protection and 12 years at the West Midlands Fire and Rescue Authority was invaluable. We used to joke, if the representative of the fire service weren't present, it was fine as Neil would cover for them. I've been advised by Councillor Zafar Iqbal also that the West Midlands Fire Service paid tribute to Neil Eustace yesterday, and there was a 1-minute silence which showed the fondness that they also showed for Neil. Lord Mayor, Neil is a huge loss to local politics, not just in his ward of Yardley East, but the larger Stetford and Yardley area, and for the city. He spoke with passion in the chamber, he came from the heart, and was always looking out for his residents. Lord Mayor, I have lots of family, friends and work colleagues who live in Yardley and Stetford who speak very highly of Neil and the work that he undertook on their behalf. He is a great loss to the community that he represented, and we leave a very difficult act to follow for whoever is the next councillor for Yardley East Ward. Lord Mayor, I posted a tribute when I first heard of the death of Neil on both Twitter and Facebook, and there were 68 comments from people across the city, from across the political field. With your permission, Lord Mayor, I would like to share some of those comments. Thank you. Lord Mayor, Lucy O'Grady, the Customer Service Experience Manager at Kia wrote, I'm sad to hear this. Councillor Eustace has always been wonderful to work with, looking after the ward that I was born and raised in. We lived on the same street when I was younger. My sincere condolences to his family. Anne Wackett, the Labour candidate for Yardley East in 2018, wrote, it was quite clear that he did a lot of work in the community. Condolences to his family and colleagues. Lorraine Owen, a former Labour Party candidate who stood against Neil in the former ward of Stetford and Yardley North, wrote, so sad to hear of the news. My sincere condolences to his family and friends. I have many great memories of Neil on and off the campaign trail. Rest in peace, Neil. Councillor Mike Sharp wrote, had many good banter about football, will be missed on the council. Rest in peace, Neil. Councillor Mike Leddy, to say I'm shocked is an understatement. Like you, Maddie, we spent many hours talking, laughing and debating what was going wrong in Birmingham for over 25 years. He truly will be missed by those of us who knew him well, irrespective of whichever political party we belong to. Honorary Alderman Randall Brew wrote, sad to hear the news. He was a good colleague. He was ashamed that he never got to become Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor Neil was a People's Councillor and, like me, shared a passion for grass verges. I sincerely hope that the national government does bring in legislation to protect verges, and this will be a good legacy for Neil. Lord Mayor, I have been advised by Mohammed Yassin, a trustee at the Stetford Jamia Masjid, Faisal Khan Gosia on Albert Road, Stetford, that Neil was instrumental in organising the burial of Quranic scriptures at Handsworth Cemetery. This was most welcomed by Muslims across the city, and we thank Neil for his perseverance. Lord Mayor, the tributes from colleagues and residents in his ward sums up the type of person that Neil was, a caring, very passionate, vocal and community-minded person who always put residents first. Lord Mayor, on behalf of the Labour Group, we send our heartfelt and deepest condolences to all of Neil's family, friends, neighbours and the people of this city that he had the honour of serving for 35 years. Rest in peace, Neil. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Majid. Next, I call upon Councillor Bruce Lyons.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise on behalf of the Conservative Group to give our thanks to Councillor Neil Eustace and to pay our respects to his family, his two sons and the daughter he leaves behind. As we've already heard, Neil was a hard-working, caring and passionate councillor, and he committed to everything that every role that he undertook over the past 35 years. His unexpected passing has left a huge void in Yardley and Birmingham, and unfortunately it is a poorer place without him. I first met Neil in 2003 as a relatively young councillor at the time, and I found him very supportive, and often he gave me some words of advice or just some kind words which were helpful at the time and still to this day, in fact. I'm speaking on behalf of Councillor John Lyons, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but my father has some very fond memories, and he became friends with Neil not long after he first became elected in 1986. And as a Liberal councillor, he used to quite often remind my father of his past and the fact that he used to be a Liberal, and used to joke about that quite often. But they did find out that they shared many interests and a number of things in common: the motor trade, cricket, and of course, as many of you know, he was a very keen fisherman. And over the years, things came very competitive between them, where often in the summer months they would share photographs through messages on comparing who caught the biggest fish. And on occasions, they would bump into each other on the Somerset levels in a local pub there after a day's fishing. And again, they would compare who caught the biggest fish. I know that many in this chamber will have fond memories, points shared, drinks spilled, and meals enjoyed with Neil over the years. Neil was a big presence. He was a big personality, and he will be very, very sadly missed. On behalf of the Conservative Group, I would like to pass on our condolences to Neil, his family and friends at this very sad time. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lyons. I am afraid that I now have some further sad news, as I have to announce the death of two former colleagues. The first one is former Councillor Robert Hoole, known as Bob, who passed away earlier this year. Bob served on the council from 1978 to 1982, and then from 1983 to 1987, during which time he served on numerous committees. He leaves behind his wife Mary, 4 children, 9 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandson. I know you will join me in extending to them our deepest condolences. I move that this council places on record its sorrow at the death of former Councillor Robert Hoole and its appreciation of his devoted service to the residents of Birmingham. The council extends its deepest sympathy to members of Bob's family in their sad bereavement. Would members and officers please stand up for 1 minute silence? Please be seated. I will now call upon councillors to pay tribute to former councillor Robert Hoole. First, Councillor Sir Albert Bohr.
Lord Mayor, Bob Hoole was a ward colleague in Ladywood when I was first elected a councillor back in 1980. By then, he'd already served 2 years. I lost Bob as a ward colleague when, in 1982, in an all-out election for the City Council following a boundary review, Ladywood Ward elected one Labour councillor, me, and 2 Liberals. The challenge of returning Ladywood to the Labour fold was taken up relentlessly by Bob and myself, and he was re-elected as a councillor for Ladywood 1 year later, in 1983. Now, if you look closely at the information sent out by Democratic Services on Bob's political and council career, you can just about decipher his principal interest. It was housing. Now, this is not surprising, certainly not to me, as Bob and his family lived within the central Ladywood estate and continued to do so until his death earlier this year. Bob's long-term roots in Ladywood may have been a consequence of his earlier life. Born and schooled in Smethwick, Bob joined the Royal Navy as a boy seaman at 16 years of age in 1951 and served for 11 years. I'm indebted to the family for the words that Bob used to describe his own upbringing. Born in Smethwick, but made in the Royal Navy. He met his wife Mary during a home visit, and they were married in Hockley in 1956, after they had their marriage banns read on board ship. Bob and Mary's first child, Michael, was born in Malta, where at that time he was stationed. And it was soon after, in 1962, that the family returned to the UK and Bob became a telephone engineer with the post office, a job he continued for the 30 years until his retirement. But Bob did have other interests beyond the City Council, and his years of public service were complemented and enhanced by his role as Secretary for the Post Office Engineering Union and the 20 years from 1973 that he served as a magistrate at the Victoria Law Courts. He and Mary did not quite make it to their 65th wedding anniversary, which would have been in June this year. Sadly, that was not to be. But Lord Mayor, my tribute to Bob and condolences to his family end with a reference back to Ladywood. Councillor Kath Hartley and I learned of Bob's death when, on the 17th of August, we joined the Mobile Household Recycling Centre crew at a visit to Rodney Close in Ladywood. Who did we meet? Bob's daughter, Debbie, repeatedly bringing out large quantities of maps, statistical data publications, and other Birmingham City Council paraphernalia. Well, the MHRC crew saved some of that material to be passed on to others. So I say here today to Bob, part of your lifetime, Bob, your lifetime history and hobbies are no doubt out there, rekindling or kindling the interests that you had yourself. Lord Mayor, my condolences, expressed on behalf of the Labour Group, go through to Mary, Bob and Mary's 4 children, Michael, Debbie, Sue and Cal, and their 9 grandchildren and 1 great-grandson. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sir Albert Moore. Now I call upon Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I rise on behalf of the Conservative Group to pay our tributes and thanks to former Councillor Robert Hall. Bob sadly passed away earlier this year, leaving behind his wife Mary, 4 children, 9 grandchildren and 1 great-grandson. I understand, and as we've heard from Sir Albert, that Bob was a passionate campaigner for Ladywood, where he served, like Grover Cleveland, 2 non-consecutive terms between 1978 and 1987. During his time on the council, he was involved in a wider range of issues, but clearly took a specific interest in housing, where as well as serving on the Housing Committee for 6 of his years on the council, he was also involved in the Repairs and Maintenance Subcommittee and the Tenancy and Estate Management subs as well. It is perhaps a sad quirk of fate that as we're here today doing tributes about Councillor Peter Barwell shortly, it was hidden against Councillor Peter Barwell that Bob had his first taste of politics, I believe, in the 1976 election in Edgbaston Ward. Bob's time as a councillor in Ladywood coincided with a changing of the political tides, as Councillor Sir Albert Moore touched on. He was elected in 1978, but his main opponents was the Conservatives at the time, although opponent may be a stretch of it, given how easily he won the election. By the time of his re-election bid, however, in 1982, the Liberals and SDP had formed a pact, and despite doubling his vote from 1978, the alliance won the rise, and it led to them gaining 2 of the 3 seats in the ward, leaving only behind a young left-wing firebrand, then called Albert and now called Sir Albert Moore. Bob rejoined the council, however, at the next attempt, regaining the seat at the 1983 elections, before standing down in 1987, allowing Carl Rice to join the council, I believe, by which point the tides had again turned and the main opposition was once again reasonably far back in the form of the Conservative Party. Therefore, Bob no doubt holds a special place in Labour hearts, as being part of a team that helped hold off the alliance in a way that in so many wards in the country people fail to do once they've got a foothold in a ward. Lord Mayor, the Conservative Group places on record our thanks to the service of former Councillor Robert Hall, to the residents of Ladywood, to Birmingham and for our country for his service in the Navy, and hold Mary and the rest of his family in our thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robert Alden. Now we'll call upon Councillor John Hurt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm here to pay the condolences of our group to the family of Robert Hall and our respect to him. I didn't know Robert Hall. I thought from the timings of his service that he was probably in competition with the Liberals who were in Ladywood Ward for some time, for a period of nearly 20 years, before finally being ousted in the mid-1980s. The point, of course, is when we come to pay respects here, is that we pay respects to each other, regardless of party, regardless of previous disagreements and disputes. We pay respect to our colleagues, and I pay respect to Robert Hall. We see his service in the council as a councillor, the committees he served on. We've heard of his commitment to his community and his passion to develop housing, which was a critical issue in Ladywood. And at this point, whatever our party, we pay respect to a colleague who came to the council with passion and served his people and served the council with commitment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor John Hurt. And now I am saddened to announce the death of former Councillor, Honorary Alderman James Hutchings, who passed away on 19th July. James was elected as a councillor for Edgbaston Ward from 1991 to 1995 and from 1996 to 2015, during which time he served on numerous committees of the council. James, known affectionately to his family as Jamie, leaves behind his brother Louis, sister-in-law Judy, and a niece and nephew, I know that you will join me in extending to them our deepest condolences. I move that this Council places on record its sorrow at the death of former Councillor Honorary Alderman James Hutchings and its appreciation of his devoted service to the residents of Birmingham. The Council extends its deepest sympathy to members of James' family in their sad bereavement. Would members and officers please stand for 1 minute silence? Please be seated. I will now call upon councillors to pay tribute to former councillor Honorary Alderman James Hutchings. The first one, Councillor Daddy Order.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I speak on behalf of the Conservative Group to pay our respects to former Councillor James Hutchings. I want to begin by saying that James was absolutely the best ward colleague anyone could ever have. He was hardworking, diligent, kind, great fun, and just the nicest person to be with. James came from Warrington, but his mother was South African. James was 3 when World War II broke out, and his mother took him and his older brother to live in South Africa for the duration of the war. I remember once when we were at the Vale Festival at Birmingham University, and we visited a stall which was connected to Africa to try, and she was really surprised when James knew more about it than she did because he had eaten it in his childhood. Like many people, James came to Birmingham to work, in his case in the wire industry. I understand he was already serving as a JP, and I believe when he first became a JP, he was one of the youngest in the country. James won his seat in Edgbaston in 1991, but in those days I campaigned in Harborne Ward, and I didn't know him very well. In 1995, which was a very bad year for the Conservatives, James lost his seat to Jagdip Ray, and the first conversation I can actually remember having with him was a week or two after that, when we found ourselves sitting next to each other at a Conservative lunch. And I said, "It's such a shame you lost your seat. You were such a good councillor." And James replied very curtly, "How would you know?" Years later, I reminded him of that conversation and how well, it was a logical thing to say. How would you know? To which I replied, I didn't know. I was making polite conversation. However, I very soon found out at first hand that he was in fact an excellent councillor. Hard-working, diligent, knowledgeable, and very popular in the ward. James won Edgbaston again the very next year when Sir Neville Bosworth stood down, and he remained an Edgbaston councillor until he retired in 2015. As well as serving on numerous committees and acting as Conservative Group Secretary for a number of years, James served on many boards and trusts, including St Basil's and the Royal Ballet, both of which he was very involved with. In 1999, I joined him as an Edgbaston councillor, and in 2002, Fergus joined us when he won the 3rd seat back from Labour. Fergus always said, and I'm sure he was right, that the secret of our success as a team was that we all really liked each other. And that was true. Campaigning was never a chore because we always had such a good time. James always saw the good in anyone, and his positive comments to me and Fergus about the opposition often wound us up. But I'm sure partly explains why so many politicians from other parties posted nice comments about him on Twitter when he died, one saying that he was their favourite Tory. Away from politics, James' great love was sailing, and he kept a boat at Abersoch in Wales, where sadly he died on the beach on that very hot Monday in July. He always used to undertake one long sailing cruise a year, and back in July 1969, it was to be a cruise around the Scottish Islands, starting in Oban. He took the boat up by road, but unfortunately, when launching it, the mast got entwined in an overhead cable, breaking both the mast and the cable. It transpired this was the cable which carried TV coverage to most of the town, and it was the night so advised to get out of town very quickly, which he did, minus a mast, and he waited in a nearby quiet cove till a friend delivered one. I had never heard that story until James's funeral. He and I went to several funerals together, and I remember he always used to say that it was sad that you seemed to find out interesting things about people after they died, and you wish you'd known those things when they were alive. He, in fact, told me some interesting facts about another former Edgbaston councillor, Peter Barwell, for my tribute speech to him. And by a bizarre twist of fate, although they died 16 months apart, both speeches are being read out today at the same council meeting. To sum up, I'm just really glad that I knew James. He was a very good and loyal friend. The last thing I said to him in July was, "I'll phone you when you get back from Abersoch." And he never came back. He will be much missed, and on behalf of the Conservative group, I would like to extend our sincere condolences to Lewis and Judy, his brother and sister-in-law, to his nephew and his niece, and to his many, many friends. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Leon. Now I call upon Councillor Carrice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to place on record the Labour Group's sadness at the death of James Hutchins, and also to pay tribute to his record of public service. As we have heard, James was elected for Edgbaston in 1991 and quickly endeared himself to Labour Group members with his quick and lively wit. He was always immaculately dressed and was quite possibly the most well-spoken councillor ever to serve in the chamber. And whenever I teased him about what was an undeniably very, very posh accent, he always emphasised his northern roots, saying, "Carl, I'm just a humble working-class lad from Warrington." I don't think I ever believed him, but that was James. I got to know him particularly well as a councillor for the neighbouring ward of Ladywood, and I got to know James even better when Albert and I served on the board of Optima Housing Association with James for around 10 years. I think it's fair to say that all three councillors worked as one and never allowed our party political differences to spill over into Optima board meetings. There are many, many stories I could tell involving James, but I want to highlight just one which emphasises why many in the Labour group held him in such high esteem. Back in the early part of the century, James and I served on the Human Resources Scrutiny Committee, and during one meeting, a very senior officer made a statement that many on the committee believed to be untrue. Now, I was so incensed in opposition at the time that I kicked up a fuss and was determined to see the matter investigated. And following the meeting, I approached James to see if he would sign a joint letter to the Chief Executive about the incident, asking for appropriate action to be taken. James didn't hesitate. He readily agreed, as did our Liberal Democrat colleague Emily Cox, and we jointly signed the letter and it was sent off to the Chief Executive. I remember, and I always smile when I think of it, of James walking into the Labour group office to sign the letter and me telling him how much at home he looked in the socialist den. I can't recall his reply, and even if I did, I probably wouldn't be able to repeat it, but knowing James, it was as quick and as witty as we had come to expect. Unfortunately, I don't think the letter had the impact we had hoped for, but I and my Labour colleagues on the committee knew that both James and Emily had instinctively acted with integrity and independence, essential ingredients of good scrutiny. That was the hallmark of James, a truly honourable and principled man who was always keen to look for areas of agreement and common ground rather than differences and areas of conflict. I met up with James a few times after he stood down from the council because he was such good company, and he was as good company in retirement as he had been as a councillor. Lord Mayor, the Labour Group is proud to place on record our appreciation for the life and contribution of James Hutchins. His family and friends have our deepest and sincerest condolences.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Now I call upon Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I come here to share the condolences of the Liberal Democrat group to James's family, but also our appreciation to James. And on this occasion, I speak very personally, and many of my colleagues have spoken to me too of their appreciation of James. Councillor Auden indicated at the outset this question of how well James got on with opposition parties, but in truth, I think we all found ways in which we could work with him. And I, along with many colleagues, worked with James on the coordinating committee where he was vice chair for many years. And he was a gentleman, as has been indicated. He was a gentleman in every respect. He was a gentleman because, apparently one of his local head teachers called him the galloping major. So he met that stereotype of an English gentleman, but in truth he was a gentle person as well. He was gentle with his opponents and gentle with issues, but he also had that heart of steel, which has been referred to. And if you look at his record on CORD, you see that he took on a special subcommittee on finance because James was a person who could ask the hard questions, and he could ask the hard questions of his own administration as to what they were doing in scrutiny. He was an effective councillor on that basis. There's been indication that he was welcome to the Socialist group. James campaigned against Brexit and for Remain and indicated some liberal tendencies at that point. And I understand that one of his colleagues said to him, James, you're still my friend in spite of your liberalism. It didn't make him a comedian, it made him a person of principle who held to his own views and who developed his own views and thought them through. He was a charming person, somebody very much appreciated by colleagues from all parties. And as the other speakers have done, I wish to express not just our group's condolences, but our appreciation for James's service to the council and to the city as a good councillor. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor John Hunt. Finally, the Chamber will recall that it was agreed last year that tributes to those who passed away during coronavirus restrictions would be reserved until Council could meet in person again. Over the coming months, tributes will be paid to those who lost during that time, and today we begin with tributes to former Councillor and Lord Mayor of Birmingham, Honorary Alderman Peter Barwell, whose death was announced at the extraordinary meeting of the Council in April 2020. Peter was elected as a councillor for Edgbaston Ward in 1966 and served the people of that ward for 28 years, becoming an honorary alderman in May 1994. He finished his political career serving as a Lord Mayor of Birmingham from 1992 to 93 and Deputy Lord Mayor from 1993 to 94. Peter leaves behind his wife Pam and family. I know that you will join me in extending to them our deepest condolences. I move that this council places on record its sorrow at the death of former councillor and Lord Mayor of Birmingham, Honorary Alderman Peter Barwell, and its appreciation of his devoted service to the residents of Birmingham. The council extends its deepest sympathy to members of Peter's family in their sad bereavement. Would members and officers please stand for 1 minute silence? Please be seated. I will now call upon councillors to pay tributes to former councillor and Lord Mayor Honorary Alderman Peter Barwell. First, Councillor Daddy Alden, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I rise to pay our respects from the Conservative Group to former councillor Peter Barwell. Former Edgbaston councillor Peter Barwell, MBE, was first elected to the council in 1966. Formerly, he had been chairman of the Birmingham Young Conservatives. As well as serving on many committees, Peter served as Conservative Group Secretary for many years, at a time when his ward colleague, Sir Neville Bosworth, was Conservative Group leader and at times leader of the council. Back in the 1960s, Peter had been well known for zooming around in his red Sprite, and it was this love of motor cars which led to him becoming a founder and one of the organisers of the Birmingham Super Prix, a Formula 3000 race held through the city streets several times in the 1980s. Peter was quite a sporty person. In 1972, he was one of the first people to go at the Olympic Stadium in Munich, where he trotted around in his bowler hat and was reported to say afterwards, "We just did it for a bit of light relief." However, the pinnacle of Peter's career on the council came when he was elected Lord Mayor in 1992, and he introduced a change in the parlour which is visible to us to this day. Before 1992, Birmingham's Lord Mayors wore a red robe, but prior to taking on the role, Peter did some research and discovered that red robes are for a mayor, and the correct robes for a Lord Mayor are the black and gold robes we see today. Peter was rather short in stature, so I believe 2 sets of these new black and gold robes were duly made, which I'm told Peter got a local bank to sponsor. Peter wore the shore set, which pictures seem to show had a bit of a train, and in the following year, the Lord Mayor was Paul Tilsley, so I feel sure the longer set would have quickly been brought into use. It was also in 1992 that Birmingham City University, as it now is, came up with the idea, now dropped, that each year installing the current Lord Mayor as their Chancellor. As the years went by, the number of former Chancellors therefore grew rapidly, and so they referred to themselves by number, and Peter was very proud that he was number 1. But as well as the Conservative Party and the Council, Peter's other great love was Bloxham School in Oxfordshire. In 1970, he joined the school, the junior house of the school, in 1945, and his devotion to the school and his desire to give back to it continued all his life. In 1970, Peter joined the Old Blocksmiths Society Committee, a position he held for 50 years. In 1989, he was appointed to the school council as a governor. Peter became a fellow of the school. He founded their legacy society, and he was instrumental in digitalising the school's archives. Bearing in mind Peter's strong association with the school, it's not surprising that when he and Pam decided to retire, they moved from Edgbaston to Bloxham. Now Peter could devote more energy to the school, but he also did not forget his other loves of the Conservative Party and the council. He decided to recruit for the party, and I'm told he signed up most of his fellow villagers as members. He also retained a keen interest in the city council. He kept an eye on planning applications in Edgbaston, and he followed our meetings online. He and Pam were regular attenders at the Lord Mayor's lunch for former civic leaders, which is where I last chatted to him 2 years ago. And I'm told that his last communication with the council was only a few days before he died, when he emailed to offer his condolences on the death of Councillor Keith Lineker. Peter will be sadly missed by many people in both Birmingham and Bloxham, and on behalf of the Conservative group, I would like to offer our condolences to Peter's wife Pam and their children. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Now, I call upon Councillor Carrice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to place on record the Labour Group's sadness at the death of Peter Barwell and appreciation for his contribution to the City of Birmingham as a councillor for 28 years. I first met Peter in 1986 when he and I stood for election to Edgbaston Ward. He is the incumbent of 20 years and me in my first election as a candidate. I have to say it wasn't a very close result, but it was far closer than it had been in previous years when we had come third. I recall Peter saying after the result had been declared that he would represent all the people of the ward, whether they voted for him or not. And me saying that the Labour Party was here to make sure that he did. Well, Lord Mayor, we didn't really need to be there to make sure that he was a good councillor. He came up to me afterwards and I remember he told me he expected to see me in the chamber at some point in the future, but he smiled and said, "I hope never as a representative of Edgbaston." Well, he was partly right. I had heard of Peter before then because I was the Labour agent in Edgbaston in 1983. I know I don't look that old. And I remember during the campaign how our supporters on the Woodview estate, which was an impoverished part of the ward that was desperate need of regeneration, and they told me that whenever they had cause to contact Peter, he came out to visit them at the earliest possible opportunity. So I always knew what an excellent ward councillor he was and how diligently he served local residents. Our paths didn't cross much during our time of joint service, from 1987 until Peter stood down in 1994, but I do recall his time as Lord Mayor from 1992 to 93, and he was an exceptional first citizen and chaired the City Council with consummate ease. Ironically, I met him several times during my stint as Lord Mayor, long after he had stood down from the council. I tried to attend the funerals of all former councillors on behalf of the City Council, and Peter was invariably present too. On one occasion, I gave him a lift in the mayoral car between the funeral service and the reception, a not inconsiderable distance. He was absolutely delighted to be back in the Lord Mayor's vehicle and recalled with pride his time as Lord Mayor, and reminded me of our first ever meeting way back in 1986. He was in his 80s at the time and as bright and as lively as in his younger days. And I just hope my memory is as good when I get to my 80s, if I get to my 80s. Now, Peter died in early March 2020, just before the first lockdown began. So how sad it is, Lord Mayor, that Peter, a former Lord Mayor who went out of his way to attend the funerals of so many former colleagues, had his own funeral disrupted by the lockdown restrictions. And how sad it is that it is 18 months after his death before we get to pay tribute to his excellent record as a public representative here in Birmingham. Lord Mayor, the Labour Group sends their deepest condolences to Peter's family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carrice. Councillor Mike Ward, please.
Lord Mayor, I served for the last 3 years of Peter Barwell's 28. But as I did not know him well, I bring you some words from my colleague Paul Tilsley, who is recovering from a fall. Peter was elected in July 1966 in a by-election caused by the elevation of one of his Edgbaston colleagues to the now abolished aldermanic bench. Prior to becoming Lord Mayor in 1992, Peter enlivened every council meeting by invariably being the first councillor to present a petition. He obviously had an arrangement with every Lord Mayor for some years. The petition was always the same and from the same petitioner, a Miss Howlett, and was always for the removal of the Clarendon Suite, a notable large building just off Hagley Road. Peter was Conservative Group Secretary for some years, but as Deirdre has already indicated, perhaps his most lasting contribution to the city was to the Lord Mayoralty. When Peter was nominated as Lord Mayor-elect, he did his research and he found that since the office of Mayor became Lord Mayor in 1896, the Lord Mayor had not been wearing the correct robes at the mayor-making ceremonies. And if you look at the photographs outside the Lord Mayor's parlour, you will see that in 1992 they changed. Peter ensured that he was robed in the correct Lord Mayor's regalia, including the cocked hat, and so has every Lord Mayor since. Paul also recalls that Wilkinson Sword were persuaded to provide a ceremonial sword. This, no doubt, is still somewhere in the Lord Mayor's safe. Since that date, Lord Mayors have been the equal of the Lord Chancellor, and importantly, Chancellors and Vice-Chancellors of our universities when attending graduation ceremonies. Again, as Deirdre has said, after relinquishing his position as a councillor, Peter found contentment with a new challenge, namely becoming bursar of his old school at Bloxham, where he and Pam had moved to. On behalf of the Liberal Democrat group, and especially on behalf of Paul, I convey our thanks to Peter and our sympathy to Pam and the rest of Peter's family.
Thank you, Councillor Mike Ward. My last announcement is, I am now pleased to inform the Chamber that Birmingham City Council was one of the 9 regional employers who, under the Ministry of Defence Employer Recognition Scheme, has had its Silver Award for continued commitment to the Armed Forces Covenant revalidated. The Council is now working towards attaining the Gold Award, which will put the City Council among the very best employers for those either returning to civil life or supporting their armed forces commitment. I am sure you will all join with me in congratulating all those involved in this wonderful achievement. Thank you. Now we move to item 5. I move that the petition presented before the meeting be received and referred to the relevant chief officer to examine and report as appropriate. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? I have a list of those who want to present petitions and will invite you to do so. Please, can you clearly state the details of the petition and which director or directorate the petition relates to? And may I remind you that this is not an opportunity to make speeches because we are already running late in terms of time. Can I also request you to ensure that your name is on the front page of the petition? And please place the petition in the box either during or after the meeting. The first is Councillor Simon Sullivan. Could you please speak a bit loudly?
I have a petition to hand in on behalf of the residents of Southern Road, and it's to go to the Birmingham City Council's Highway Department, calling on the department to introduce urgent safety measures to protect residents and children attending Hall Green Secondary School. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Next is Councillor Fred Greenford.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition of almost 100 residents of Bourneville Lane area in Bourneville and Cottridge Ward, calling on the Birmingham City Council to urgently implement significant speed calming measures on their road, to work with West Midlands Police to tackle the issue of excessive speeding in front of their houses, and to introduce safe crossings to enable residents and other pedestrians, including school children, to safely cross Bourneville Lane. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Councillor Deirdre Arden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I have a petition on behalf of the residents of Yew Tree Road in Edgbaston, which is literally about 100 yards away from the beginning of the CAS. And they are finding, since the CAS was introduced, that there are lots of cars parked there. Number plates show that these people would have to pay if they went into the city, and they're parking there and blocking up the road. And they're asking for some of the mitigation money from the CAS to be used to deal with the parking issues in their road. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Councillor Alex, yep.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got 4 petitions, please. One to go to highways. It's asking Birmingham City Council to urgently resurface the entirety of Maney Hill Road. I'm asking this to go to highways, please.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed?
Thank you. The second petition is one calling for an urgent inquiry into the circumstances surrounding the closure of Hunters Hill School. This was signed by 388 parents. Ask this to go to the relevant department, please.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed?
The third petition is asking Birmingham City Council to secure a safe walkway gate along the public footpath across Warmley Golf Course. Ask this to go to the relevant department, please.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed?
And the final petition, please, is a petition to Councillor Ian Ward from residents of the city who gathered outside this meeting today, calling for safe, reliable homeschool transport and for their concerns to be listened to. It contains comments from parents who want in to be heard. Thank you very much.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed?
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor John Hunt.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from residents of Parry Park calling for the cleaning up of Regina Drive in particular, for the City Council to adopt Regina Drive as part of the development of the Perry Bar Master Plan with the aim of preventing fly tipping, resurfacing and providing lighting and safe access to Perry Hall Park for cyclists and pedestrians. I move this goes to the Leader.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Councillor Rob Pocock.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have 5 petitions. The first is from residents of the roads in Sutton Vesey, Stirling Road, and they're calling for improvements to the pavements in their road. I would like that passed to the Highways Department, please.
Is that agreed? Seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
Second resolution is from residents of Melrose Avenue, petition also calling for improvements to the pavements in their road. Could we pass that also to the Highways Department?
Is that seconded? Is that agreed?
Sorry, thank you, Lord Mayor. Third petition is from the residents of Holton Road, Sutton Vesey Ward. They've also got concerns about the quality of the pavements and they would like these improved. Could this petition then be passed to the Highways Department?
Is that seconded? Is that agreed?
Fourth petition is from residents of Jockey Road. It's a section of Jockey Road from Melrose Avenue up to the Beggar's Bush pub. These residents would like the quality of the pavements to be improved on the way up to the pub and also on the way back, and also the quality of the roads. Could that be passed to Highways Department too?
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
Final petition from residents of College Road, Sutton Vesey Ward. They're concerned about flooding that occurs on their road when the rainwater washes off the road and across the pavement and down on their drives. They would like work to be done to improve drainage at the side of their pavements and also the quality of the pavements themselves. This
is
be
that
passed also
seconded?
the Highways things.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
Could I just say 3 of those were on behalf of Kath Scott, who's had to leave the meeting, so I've presented them in her name.
Councillor Gina Gasser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from residents on Frere Road in Aston calling for Frere Road to become a one-way. Can this go to the Highways Department, please? Thank you.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I have 7 petitions to submit today. The first is from residents objecting to planning application 2021/06518/PA. I ask that go to the Planning Committee.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed?
The next one is a large petition from residents objecting to planning application 2021/04859/PA, and I ask that go to the Planning Department as well.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
I have another large petition for the Planning Committee as well, Lord Mayor, objecting to planning application 2021/06088/PA. I ask that goes to the Planning Department as well.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
Next petition is also from residents objecting to a different planning application. This one's 2021/05574/PA. I ask that goes to the Planning Department.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
The next one's from residents objecting to planning application 2021/04860/PA. I ask that goes to the Planning Department.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed?
The next petition is additional signatures to a previously submitted petition objecting to planning application 2021/04505/PA. I ask that goes to the Planning Department.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
And the final one is further signatures objecting to planning application 2021/03020/PA, and ask that goes to the Planning Department as well.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed?
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cathcart. Councillor Cathcart. No? Councillor Maj Bridle.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have two petitions. The first is a range of objections from people living in Fastmore Oval in that neighbourhood to planning application 06998/PA. I move that that goes to the planning department.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
The second petition is from residents of Windhurst Road, and they're calling for the installation of speed bumps to reduce the speed and noise generated by speeding vehicles. A growing concern since the recent completion of the new traffic system on Flaxley Road. I move that that goes to Highways.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Councillor Sadiq Mia.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have two petitions I am presenting on behalf of the residents of Garrett's Green Ward. Petition 1. Residents have raised issue about the car speeding racing, particular on Leahold Road, Sheldon Heath Road, Garrett's Green Lane, Outmore Road, Kennymet Road, and the Midway. They are calling on the council to introduce traffic calming measure, including vehicle active speed signs in this area. Could I ask this goes to the relevant department?
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
And the second one, the residents have raised issue. The name of the historical Kensmore Park was changed to Midway Park without any consultation with the residents. The residents are calling on for the name of the park to be changed back to Kensmore Park, keeping much cherished history and heritage in place of the local area. I would also request that goes to the relevant department. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have three petitions I'd like to submit today. The first one is on behalf of residents calling on Birmingham City Council to install CCTV to catch fly tippers in various locations. May I ask that goes to Fleet and Waste Management?
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My second petition is on behalf of residents calling on the council to reintroduce free bulky waste collections to help tackle fly tipping. May I ask that goes to Fleet and Waste as well?
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And then my final petition is on behalf of over 300 residents of the Pitts Farm estate calling on the council to take action against exempt accommodation that has been set up at 24 Yenton Grove, specifically asking the council to enforce the covenant that it placed on the property, that it be used as a single private dwelling, and to explore other options as well. The residents have indicated as well that if the council fails to enforce the covenants, they will be seeking legal action themselves. I ask that goes to Property Services.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Councillor Barbara Drink.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from the residents of the Bandy Westwood Estate, and it is a petition of in excess of 140 people to be added to a petition that is already in being for 0795-PA. They are objecting to the installation of a 5G telephone mast on the basis of the locality, character and street scene. Will this go to the relevant department, please, Lord Mayor?
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Councillor Mariam Jan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have 4 petitions. First petition is for temporary CCTV cameras to deter fly tipping in Teddington Grove. Due to the high level of fly tipping activity on this road grove, residents have asked for temporary CCTV cameras to be located to deter ongoing fly tipping and to help the ongoing prosecution of offenders tipping in this area.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
Second petition is for speed calming measures in Cliveden Avenue, Perry Bar. Due to the chaos on Walsall Road following the removal of the flyover, drivers are using roads as a rat run, causing concerns to residents living in Cliveden Avenue. As a result, they have asked for speed calming measures on Cliveden Avenue to help combat this issue and to keep them all safe.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
Third petition for the retention of the community centre on Wellhead Lane. Now this will be also an ongoing petition and it's also on change.org. We, the undersigned, request the former bus depot on Wellhead Lane, Perry Bar, to be retained as a community centre. This is a valuable amenity to our local community, not just for the interim period, but to enable the community to continue to develop and to grow.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
And the last petition is to have bleed control kits across the whole of the city, including Perry Bar and Great Bar Ward, where the Commonwealth Games will be hosted. We, the undersigned, request that bleed control kits are placed in Perry Bar, Great Bar, where the Commonwealth Games will be hosted, but also to have the bleed kits available everywhere to help stop the bleed. These kits will save lives if someone has been shot or stabbed. As we are aware, bystanders are always the first at the scene, and this is also on change.org, and this will be a continuance petition that I will be bringing to every full council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Nikki Brennan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from the residents of Oakwood Road in Sparkhill. They are petitioning the amount of exempt accommodation, which is leading to an increase in antisocial behaviour, rubbish, and leading to residents feeling unsafe. Can this be sent to the relevant department, please?
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you. Councillor Timothy Huxtable.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I have several petitions. The first petition is from residents of Hall Green South Ward, calling on Birmingham City Council to carry out the necessary remedial work to prevent ponding at the zebra crossing along Womanhood Lane by the junction with Highfield Road, Hall Green, and I propose this goes to the Highways Department.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
The second is petition from residents of Hall Green South Ward calling on Birmingham City Council to 1. Protect the ancient hedgerows along Paradise Lane and Webb Lane, to 2. Better maintain these hedgerows to prevent the obstruction of the pavements and carriageway along Paradise Lane and Webb Lane, and 3. To improve visibility, especially at the sharp bend along Webb Lane, Hall Green. I propose this goes to the Highways Department.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
The next one is a petition from residents of Hall Green South Ward calling on Birmingham City Council to install additional road safety measures to reduce traffic speed along Baldwin's Lane, Hall Green, especially in the vicinity of Chilcot Primary School. I propose this goes to the Highways Department, Lord Mayor.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
The fourth one is a petition from residents of Hall Green South Ward calling on Birmingham City Council to resurface the entire carriageway along Tixall Road, Hall Green. I propose this goes to the Highways Department.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
The fifth one is a petition from residents of Hall Green South Ward calling on Birmingham City Council to resurface the entire carriageway along both Highfield Road and Robin Hood Lane, Hall Green, and I propose this goes to the Highways Department.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
And the sixth one is a petition from residents of Hall Green South Ward calling on Birmingham City Council to install CCTV at the fly-tipping hotspots along the Highfield Road shopping parade between Coal Valley Road and Paradise Lane, Hall Green, and I propose this goes to Fleet and Waste Management.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Our next item 6 is the oral questions. Questions from the... As we are running late, so we will continue these items until 4:10, and anything else then we will continue afterwards, after the break. The question from members of the public to any cabinet member or ward forum chair. Is there somebody? The first question today is for the Deputy Leader, Councillor Bridget Jones, from Ms. Knowles, who is in the attendance at today's meeting. Could I ask Ms. Knowles to put her question, please?
Thank you. The deadline for EU, EEA and Swiss citizens and their family members to apply for the EU settlement scheme was the 30th of June 2021. There are provisions still to apply for those who have reasonable grounds for not having applied by the deadline or who meet one of the criteria for a later deadline to apply. Additionally, all those granted pre-settled status under the scheme will have individual deadlines to, before this expires, make a new application for settled status if they wish to remain in the UK. Finally, those with status may need help with accessing their rights using the digital-only system. What support is the Council providing now and after September, when current funding ends, to ensure that those who need it are able to access support to secure and prove their status in the UK?
Thank you. Now I call upon the Deputy Leader, Councillor Bridget Jones, to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Izzy for your question. While the official deadline for the European Union settlement scheme ended on the 30th of June 2021, the support, I can assure you, that we're providing to our European citizens has not. So Birmingham is proudly a city of sanctuary and a city of welcome. Our history is welcoming people here from all over the world to make their home in our city, and our friends from Europe are no exception. And we continue to strongly encourage all of those who have not yet made their application to the EUSS to do so now in order to secure their rights to live and work here in the United Kingdom and in Birmingham. For all of those who meet the criteria for late applications or who have reasonable grounds for not having yet submitted an application, information and support to apply is available through the BCC website and our partners, and our staff who work with vulnerable people are on the lookout for anybody who might have fallen through the cracks as well. The latest figures haven't been updated by the government since March 2021, but at that point in time they were showing that more than 100,000 EUSS applications were made from EU citizens wishing to stay in Birmingham, but more than half of those applications received pre-settled status. So that means that more than 50,000 citizens will continue to need our support over the next 5 years to apply for their full settled status when they have been here long enough. Last October, the Council was successful in applying for grant funding from the Home Office to support our citizens through this process, and we're using the money, amongst other things, to fund third sector community organisations and immigration advice partners who provide outreach and direct application support, particularly to those with complex applications, to train 30 EUSS community champions to be able to share information in other languages and settings, and to run training for frontline staff to better understand the schemes and entitlements, particularly in the post-June the 30th context. And we're still running our ID scanning and verification service at the BCC Registry Office as well for those that don't have digital access or have issues with doing that. So alongside that, we're continuing to deliver communications and messaging to our citizens across the city through our cross-partner working group and monitor the situation on the ground. We've put in a bid to the Home Office of further funding, which we are expecting to receive, waiting for the good news on that, to extend the funding for a further 6 months. So our citizens should hopefully continue to receive that support for the foreseeable future, and we'll do what we can to prevent anyone falling through the cracks. Thank you ever so much for the question, and thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. The second question today is for the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, from Ms. Drazy, who is in attendance at today's meeting. Can I ask Ms. Drazy to put her question, please?
Hi. In October 2018, the full business case presented to the government for the regeneration of Druids Heath included an analysis report. In this report, the strategy for housing stated that the purpose of the regeneration was to meet the needs of current and future citizens. Following a survey in the summer of 2019 by Druids Heath and Monihull Forum, 52% of residents in the 5 blocks to be demolished wished to stay in the local area. However, all current citizens directly affected by the regeneration are being moved out and therefore are not having their needs met. Why does the council not do as they say they would, but continue to clear tenants and ignore their needs when they could simply and cost-effectively meet them by using Build First, as in so many other successful schemes?
Now I call upon Leader Councillor Ian Ward to answer.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Ms Tracy, for your question. There has been a lot of dialogue and consultation with residents in Druids Heath over exactly what the Council has agreed to do with this estate renewal, and I have attended several meetings with residents in Druids Heath to have discussions directly with them. And the Council met with residents in February of 2020 to listen to the concerns being raised by the community regarding what the Cabinet had approved, which was the redevelopment of 250 homes. And at that meeting, the Council committed to revisiting the plans to ensure that there is no net loss of social housing and to address the wider issues residents on this estate are experiencing. As residents have asked for a more comprehensive redevelopment, this now requires a master plan and outline planning application. Furthermore, before any development can take place, a revised full business case must be approved by Cabinet. Officers have drawn up a revised programme, and the earliest that the Council can commence build is July of 2023. Officers are working on identifying kickstart sites which may be able to come forward for development earlier to assist in the rehousing of clearance-affected tenants. The Council undertook an exercise in June of this year with tenants in Barrett's House to establish whether those directly affected tenants who were due to be rehoused next wish to pause their rehousing in line with programme timescales that I've outlined, or whether they wish to continue with the rehousing as originally planned. The response rate demonstrated that 87% of tenants in Barrett's House wanted the rehousing to continue, and therefore rehousing activity has continued. Thank you.
Thank you. The third question today is also for the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, from Ms Gill, who is in attendance at today's meeting. Could I ask Ms Gill to put her question, please?
I'm not used to this kind of formality. I just want to say that first and foremost. And I am one of those affected tenants. I don't want to be sounding here like an angry black woman, because I know that would be something. So I'm trying my best to. Clearance letters being received by residents state you may have the right to return, with no clear or stated process for how that is organised or guaranteed. This contradicts what we were told as a community in May 2019, that residents would have the right to return to Druids Heath if they wanted to. Can we have clarification on the exact process being used by council officers to register tenants that guarantees any resident the right to return to this estate if they wish, and how residents are routinely informed by it?
Thank you. Now we call upon the Leader of the Council, Ian Ward, to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Ms Gill, for your question. It's nice to see you again. First of all, I'm happy to outline the exact process, which I'll do, but first of all, I think I do need to clear up a little bit of confusion that's arisen. Birmingham City Council's rehousing policy does not, in fact, offer a guaranteed right of return. The Council operates an option to return policy, which is slightly different. Residents were consulted on the option to return policy, which gives those residents affected by the regeneration of Druids Heath the option to return to the estate. The process that BCC follows in order to administer the option to return policy is as follows. Rehousing interviews are undertaken between a dedicated rehousing officer and the affected tenant, during which the option to return policy is explained and accompanying FAQ is left with the tenant for information and future reference. The tenant will advise whether they wish to return to the area through the option to return policy. The rehousing officer is available to provide advice and answer any subsequent questions throughout the rehousing process. Tenants who have confirmed they wish to return to the area are recorded on a database. The database is reviewed and updated on an annual basis. All tenants are contacted to confirm they still wish to return and advise of any change in their household makeup. All tenants who are registered under the option to return policy will be updated regularly on the progress of development. When new homes are nearing completion, these will be allocated to those residents under the option to return policy in line with the local lettings plan and allocation scheme. I'm happy that written confirmation of that policy can be provided to tenants in Druids Heath.
Thank you. Now we move on to the next section. The next section is for the oral question from any councillor to a committee chairman, a lead member of the West Midland Joint Authority or Ward Forum chair. No supplementary questions are allowed. Time limit is 10 minutes for this section. The first Councillor Hammer to Councillor Phil Davis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As you're unwell for last full council, and I'm glad to see you're now recovered, I'd like to repeat my question from then, which was, in your response to written question K6 for June's meeting, you stated that the number of fixed penalty notices issued for littering since May 2018 totalled 14,404, of which 14,215 were issued in Ladywood Ward and only a handful in other parts of the city. Acox Green, for example, with its busy suburban centre, has had just 2. Why is such enforcement work seen as important for the city centre, but not for the rest of the city? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The Councillor Davis, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I hope the microphone's working, but Councillor Harmer's question was slightly indistinct, but I have seen the previous question. I think this is a policy matter best directed to the Cabinet member concerned, but I can say from the perspective of licensing and public protection, so we receive the figures on a regular basis to the committee in terms of fixed penalty notices, and we note what appears to be an imbalance, and questions have been raised by members about this, but the reality is that most activity is concentrated in the city centre, I suspect, because the population, the churn there is greatest. And clearly in some wards there will be less opportunity to focus enforcement in a way that is productive and sends the right message. But I'm happy again to have conversations with Councillor Harmer on this, but I think it's also a policy issue as well around resourcing, which is in the purview of the Cabinet member rather than my own as Chair of Licensing and Public Protection. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Next, Councillor Regina Gulser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor Phil Davis, Chair of Licensing and Public Protection Committee. Can the Chair of Licensing and Public Protection indicate what activity is underway to review current licensing policies and process? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm grateful for the question. We are conducting an informal review, a working party, task and finish group currently on a cross-party basis, in that we wish to look at how the licensing process can assist the overall vision for the city, how we can contribute constructively to business development in the city, and indeed, where can we clarify by partnership with other partners issues such as the clearer expectation of businesses, of applicants for licences, for premises and in other contexts. The review will look at all those issues, plus also cross-boundary cooperation possible on, for example, taxi licensing. It is an attempt to really address the work of the Statement of Licensing Policy, which the Council approved last year, but to fine-tune that, and particularly in respect of, for example, issues like accumulations, concentrations of particular types of premises in particular ward areas, which I know is a matter of concern to colleagues, and indeed in the context of these cumulative licensing arrangements, we need to do some more research. We're told that public health has the information that would be very useful to us in terms of incidents and particular issues in particular areas. And so we want to really join with public health and any other section of the council where it's appropriate to look at those issues and then produce through the working group some further proposals to full council in due course. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Any other question? No. I move on to next section. C. The next section is for the oral question from councillors other than the cabinet members to a cabinet member. One supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes. First person who has given, I have got a list of those who are wishing to ask questions, and the first person, Councillor Greenrod, Fred Greenrod, to Councillor Sharon Thompson, a cabinet member, Sharon Thompson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm giving this question on behalf of Councillor Kath Scott, who has had to leave the meeting on an urgent issue. Lord Mayor, my question is to Councillor Sharon Thompson, the Cabinet Member for Vulnerable Children and Families. Councillor Thompson, as you know, there's been a lot of concern in relation to the issue of DBS checks over recent weeks and indeed months. What assurances can you give to parents and carers that our children are safe whilst using the service? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Greenrod, for your question on behalf of Councillor Scott. I understand and appreciate both your concerns, Councillor Scott, other councillors, but most importantly, parents. And as the new Cabinet Member in post, I can assure you that safety is one of my top priorities when it comes to this portfolio. On the basis, I can inform the Chamber as follows. On the evidence provided to the Council by our contractors, I can confirm that there are no drivers currently working on home-to-school transport routes without a cleared DBS check in place. In addition, I have instructed Council officers to undertake a full audit of DBS checks carried out by an external provider of all transport providers that will be completed by the end of October to provide additional reassurance on this matter. And finally, I have asked the Interim Director of Education and Skills to undertake an options appraisal in relation to bringing DBS new reviews process in-house to provide greater assurances.
Any supplementary question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And again, on behalf of Councillor Scott. Councillor Thompson, you'll be aware that there are rumours circulating that HATS is operating without a valid operator's licence and without valid insurance. These rumours are distressing and worrying. Please, can you clarify the situation? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Greenrod. I was made aware of this and we was asked a question from the press, and I will reiterate exactly what the answer to that was. Any suggestion that HATS is not operating lawfully is nonsense. I'm saddened and disappointed that these allegations were made public by the Conservative group without checking the actual facts. The only thing that scaremongering has achieved is to worry families and create more anxiety across the city. I can confirm, after consulting directly with the Traffic Commissioner, that HATS is operating under a temporary permit whilst its application for a full licence is currently being processed. That is usual practice under such circumstances. I hope that that clears that matter up, and I hope to reassure parents across this city who have been upset, concerned and worried over the last 24 hours due to the allegations that have been made.
Thank you. Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Cabinet Member for Vulnerable Children and Families, Councillor Sharon Thompson. Prior to taking on your new portfolio, you sat on Cabinet for over 3 years, during which time there were numerous reports on SEND provision and home-to-school transport, as well as this being raised at full council. At no stage during that time do I recall you ever speaking out against what was happening or offering any challenge to executive decisions, but rather voted with your Cabinet colleague on every occasion, even in opposition to recommendations from scrutiny and concerns from parents and other councillors. Why should parents now believe that this is somehow a fresh start and that you are any less responsible for failings than any member of the executive?
Thank you for your question. I have been on Cabinet for 3 years and I've been a councillor since 2014. When I first became a councillor in 2014, one of the first places that I visited was Sendiast at their hub in the Newtown area, because I wanted to find out more about what they was doing when it came to the vulnerable children in this city, because I know children that I worked with previously in my career at the council who did have SEND, and I wanted to make sure that they were supported. Whilst on Cabinet, I have constantly supported my Cabinet colleagues when it comes to making the right decisions for the children, families, most vulnerable people of this city under the most difficult circumstances when it comes to the national policies that have been pushed on this city and on this country. Just because when I sit in a meeting that you do not hear my voice does not mean that I have not made my voice present when it comes to discussing matters with my Cabinet colleagues, parents across this city and other people. It is disappointing that you want to target me personally on the basis of not speaking up and asking a question, despite my record of always speaking up for vulnerable people in this city. And that is the sole reason why I am a councillor, is to stick up and stand up for those that are most vulnerable. And I can assure this chamber and this city that I give you my word here today that I will absolutely give my full commitment to helping to sort out this situation and this service, because we have to put children and families first. And I urge the opposition to stop playing politics when it comes to vulnerable people's lives.
I do, thank you, Lord Mayor, and I'm grateful for the Cabinet Member's commitment. I'm pretty sure her predecessor said the same as well. One of your first acts as Cabinet Member was to offer reassurance to parents that families and children would not experience any interruption to the service as a result of the decision to cancel with North Birmingham travel. It is now more than clear that this was not the case. Given the low level of trust the parents already have with this service, do you now admit it was a mistake to make a promise you clearly were never capable of delivering on?
When it came to the termination of the contracts that Councillor Moore is talking about, one of the first things that I did was I sent a briefing note to members of the Chamber. And in that briefing note, yes, it did say that there would be no disruptions. The reason why I felt there would be no disruptions was because when you're changing a contract or a contract is terminated, there are responsibilities on the outgoing provider to give the incoming provider certain information and access to things, including those in 2P regulations. That did not happen. Following on from that briefing note that went to members, I put out a video that went out on every social media channel owning to Birmingham City Council. And in that video, I said, I will do all that I can to reduce the level of disruption based around the decision we made and the service. So I clearly rectified what I had said, and I absolutely apologise to every single parent and child across this city who has their service disrupted, because no child in this city should have to sit in their house waiting for someone to pick them up to take them to school or have that level of uncertainty. And I will work with officers to ensure that that doesn't take place again to the most of our ability. And I want to thank the officers who have worked with me over the last 3 to 4 weeks, or at least since that contract has been terminated, including the Chief Executive, for every single day of updating, chasing, working alongside HATS to try to make it as best as possible. I know that we have not always done right in this service, and I know that families have been let down, but we are committed to doing better, and we must all do better. And can I remind every single person in this chamber, you are all corporate parents. This is not just me, it's all of us, and we all have to do what we can to make sure children are safe, protected in this city. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Next question is from Councillor Dion Donaldson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question for the Cabinet Member for Adult Social Care and Health. The Conservative government has just voted to increase national insurance contributions by 1.5%, heaping more pressure on working families to make ends meet. The government claimed this tax hike will fix the social care crisis, but less than 1/6 of the money raised from the new rate of tax over the first 3 years will go to social care in England. Do you think that the Conservatives' tax bombshell for Birmingham families will help to solve the social care crisis? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Donaldson. The Conservative government has just voted to increase national insurance by 1.25 percentage points, heaping more pressure on working families and making it even more difficult to make ends meet. The government claims this tax hike will fix the social care crisis. Can I say to you, this is complete nonsense. It will not even start to fix the issues around levelling up. We will see very little for the first 3 years, if at all, because the NHS will be the priority. I haven't got an issue with that, but don't package it incorrectly. This means the ongoing crisis within social care will escalate. Less than 1/6 of the money raised from the new rate of tax over the first 3 years will go to social care in England. Social care in this country is a broken service. for years, adult social care has been pushed to the back of the political priorities. However, to use a tax that will disproportionately hit young and the lower paid is grossly unfair. And typically of this government, they will not be asking or expecting those who are older or in the higher income brackets to pay their fair share, even though they will benefit the most. Can I say, it all fails to address how the sector will be run and whether there will be proper, decent pay for those who work in care, who alongside the NHS have stepped up over the course of 18 months, supporting and caring for our most vulnerable citizens. If this government is really going to be radical, they should have looked at completely rebooting a service that is in dire need of change. We need to look at the massive shortages of staff and the lack of career progression in this service. How can you make it attractive to young people? In my opinion, this Conservative policy will further increase the burden on our citizens and the Council. Can I ask you a question? Do you think the Conservative tax bombshell for Birmingham families will help solve the social care crisis? I'll answer the question. I wish I could say yes, but it will force many of our families who are already struggling over the edge. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you.
Can I remind members, the questioner should not take more than 1 minute and the answer should not be more than 3 minutes. And I would stop if somebody is going over the time. Thank you. Supplementary. Do you want to ask supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. What work is the Council doing to ensure that social care workers in the city are vaccinated against COVID ahead of the deadline set by the government? And that's to Councillor Paulette Hamilton. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and again, thank you, Councillor Donaldson. This has been something that has given me sleepless nights. The question that's been asked is, what work is the Council doing to ensure social care workers in this city are vaccinated against COVID? Because as you all know, as of the 11th of November, if our care workers are not vaccinated, they could lose their jobs. We can offer them alternative employment, but if they refuse to take the vaccine and we haven't got alternative appointment, they could become unemployed. So what I'd like to say this afternoon, this is truly an important issue for Birmingham City Council because the shortages of care staff in the sector is becoming a critical mass. The implications are far-reaching. If we are unable to encourage enough staff to take up the vaccination programme, it could lead to a massive shortage in an already challenged sector. We have been working closely with our staff and partners to promote the vaccine uptake. We have, over recent weeks, had the mobile vaccine vans out. We have been going into care homes to actually make it easier for them to take the vaccines. We have provided the vaccination webinars so that the Public Health Director and our GPs can answer any questions they've got. We have provided staff with the opportunity to answer questions that they're having problems with. But the reasons that keep coming back to us is they feel that the vaccinations have safety issues. There's a matter of principle. They're still thinking about it. Fertility concerns, need more info, and medical exemptions. The Council will continue, I can assure you of that, to do all it can to encourage the vaccine take-up, saying that this would have been helpful if the government had included the NHS and had not isolated the care workers. They need to stop sending mixed messages. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Now we call upon Councillor Nikki Brennan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for the Cabinet Member for Social Inclusion, Community Safety and Equalities. In the past month, I have been contacted by a resident of mine who I will call Sarah, a single mum of 2 children working part-time as a teaching assistant. Sarah has worked through the pandemic in our schools. She also claims universal credit to top up her wages. She is terrified that the cut in universal credit will leave her and her children struggling more so than they are already, having to make difficult choices or spiral into debt. How many more families in Birmingham will this cut in universal credit impact?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Brennan, for that question. I'm very sorry to say that Sarah's story is one that will be familiar in many homes across this city. At this moment, there are 160,300 households in this city in receipt of universal credit and working tax credit, all of whom have found that £20 uplift, weekly uplift, an essential lifeline. And 3 weeks tomorrow, that lifeline will be cut. I think the implications for those families are appalling. Let's not forget, these are the households of the low-paid key workers who've kept our services going during this pandemic, of the families who spend every week juggling the bills in order to put food on the table and keep the heating on during the winter months. And it includes people who will have lost their jobs and their livelihoods. There will be people, just like Sarah, looking towards the future in this city with some understandable fear, and they'll be in every single ward that we represent in this city. And I have to tell you that we have to brace ourselves as a council and as a city for some serious consequences should this cut go ahead. Indeed, I understand the government's own advisers are warning ministers that this cut will cause homelessness, poverty and demand for food banks to soar. And that's exactly the story that we're also hearing from our frontline partners here in Birmingham too. It's clear that yet again we are being left to pick up the pieces of a social disaster that's been made in Whitehall. People like Sarah and the other 160,000 plus households in Birmingham facing this massive cut to their income are frankly being betrayed by their own government. It is appalling, and they certainly deserve so much better than this. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Will the Cabinet Member join me in calling for the Conservative Government to do the right thing and keep this uplift?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I absolutely endorse that call, and it's one that this Labour administration and the Birmingham's Labour MPs have repeatedly been making to government. Whether they're prepared to listen, either to us or indeed to their own advisers, is sadly another matter. And I have to say that I was absolutely shocked by the attitude shown by the Work and Pensions Secretary in her interview on the television yesterday, where I think she showed not only a callous disregard for the reality that faces that 160,000 plus families in this city just 3 weeks from now, but also clearly didn't understand how her own universal credit policy actually works, with a demonstrably false claim that many of those families can make up the £20 cut by simply working another 2 hours a week. In actual fact, the way that the taper works on universal credit means that many of those people will have to work many, many more hours and earn sums well in excess of £20 in order just to make up that loss. So I have to say, having listened to that interview, it appears that the attitude of Conservative ministers to this situation is not just heartless, but frankly clueless. We will, of course, return to this issue later today when we debate the motion in my name on the agenda. And I do hope that when we reach that motion and vote on that motion, we in this council will try and stand as one with those 160,000 households in calling on government to cancel the cut. They deserve nothing less from elected representatives in this council. So let us see whether others are prepared to follow the lead of Labour members in challenging what is a gross injustice to so many families in this city later today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Sandhu. Darren Sandhu.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Sharon Thompson, Cabinet Member for Vulnerable Children and Families. As a corporate parent, I ask, at a parents' briefing on home-to-school transport on Monday, it was stated by the Council that they never had anticipated the lack of cooperation from North Birmingham Travel in handing over to HATS after the termination of their contract. I think most people would have thought it obvious that a company that had such a big contract withdrawn and had their name dragged through the press would not be too happy with helping the Council or any replacement provider. My simple question is, why do you think everything would just be fine?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. I'm not sure if it's the first time you've spoken in the Chamber or not, but if not, well done. I think it's fair to say, Council, anybody, any business, the law is the law, and there is contractual responsibilities, whether you like it or not. If the law says that you are supposed to stick to 2P legislation, then the assumption is that that is what it's supposed to do. Birmingham City Council should never go into contracts under the assumption, or end contracts under the assumption, that the other party is not going to stick to the rules of the legislation or the contract that they've signed. We had a contractor where there was an issue with it, a compliance issue, and we made a decision to terminate. It was the right decision to terminate at the time, and the City Council, in terms of this area, will be getting tough on compliance issues.
HATS have reported that none of the information about children or their needs was provided to them in advance, and so the problems on day one was inevitable. Given the Council is the one ultimately responsible for assessing and recording the needs of each child and the data controller for this information, why was it left to an inevitably uncooperative North Birmingham Travel to provide this data to HATS? And have you sought legal advice over whether the Council has failed in its information governance or Children's Act's responsibilities in failing to hold all this securely themselves?
Thank you for your supplementary question. I'm unsure of where the Conservative group are getting all their information from, but the Council did not just rely on the outgoing provider to provide information. We have been speaking to schools, we've been working with them to see if they can also support in giving information to HATS and other contractors across the city. There is definitely a need for us to do more around data, and that's what we are doing at the moment, and that's why we're also looking at other means like implementing the 365 initiative in terms of the IT system. So I don't think that the Council did leave it down to the outgoing organisation. As I said, we've also been working with schools. The Council itself has been sharing information as well. It hasn't been reliant on one avenue. What we have done is try to use as many avenues as possible to get as much of the message out. We had a very short space of time, a very quick decision needed to be made, and we needed to do what was in the best interest of the children. We made that decision, and I think it was the right thing to do to terminate that contract, as I've continuously said.
We only got a couple of minutes now before the break, so we could have a break now. Or if you agree, we can continue for the last section of the last oral questions, and then we can have a break. Okay. If that agreed, we move on to the last section of the oral question. The final. What is it? All those in favor of break? No. All those in favor of breaks? No. Okay. Those who wants to delay the break for 20 minutes, are those in favor? Those who wants to delay? We are going ahead with the questioning. The final section under the oral question is for the question from the councillors other than the cabinet members to the leader or deputy leader. One supplementary question is allowed. The time for this section is 20 minutes, and I have a list of those who wishing to speak, to ask questions. The first person is Councillor Robert Alden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question for the Leader of the Council. The Birmingham Development Plan, Policy GA7, says protection for and where appropriate enhancement of the varied sports facilities currently located in the area, including at Birmingham City Football Club and Birmingham Wheels Park, and goes on in section 5.73 to say the importance of these facilities is recognised and the AAP will need to support their continued operation through equivalent or better quantity and quality replacement provision elsewhere and/or consolidation on the site, in conjunction with any redevelopment of the Wheels site. This will include consideration of the catchment area of the participants involved. Appropriate provision will also need to be made for other existing business occupiers of the site. Given the Leader's administration have served notice on Birmingham Wheels site and ordered them to leave before the end of the year, and given the requirement of the Council to provide equivalent or better provision if they remove them from the site, please can the Leader of the Council tell the Chamber how many sites and list the alternative sites the Council has actually offered Birmingham Wheels so far?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm a little bit surprised that the Leader of the Opposition asked me this question because written question A11, put down by his colleague Charlotte Hodivala, gives a very comprehensive answer to the question about the Wheels site and where we are with that. As it says in this comprehensive reply, we have worked with the occupiers of the Wheels site. We've had third-party consultants looking at alternatives where they can move to, but at the end of the day, the responsibility to relocate off the site remains with the occupiers. They are currently occupying the site on a fixed-term short lease, and that fixed-term short lease comes to an end on the 31st of October this year. The City Council needs to redevelop this site to provide some of the jobs that are going to be needed by our growing population in the future. In order to redevelop the site, we first have to clear it of Japanese knotweed, and once we have done that, we can get on with redeveloping this site, which will generate thousands of jobs rather than the hundreds of jobs that are currently on the site. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a supplementary question. The answer to the written question doesn't actually list any sites that the Council have offered to Birmingham Wheels. Birmingham Wheels is home to dozens of urban sports teams, employs over 120 people, have over 100,000 visitors, and have hosted at least 13 national or international championship events in recent years here in Birmingham. However, despite the requirements under the BDP, the Council, I am told, have not offered a single viable site to them to move to. This is a failure of the responsibility of the Council laid down in the Birmingham Development Plan and lets down young and old alike in our city. Given that the Level Up funding, which has been applied for, is about supporting communities as well as new buildings, and that if the Council is successful with their bid for the site, which they have asked for, they do not have to spend all the money within the first year, and that the Council so far has failed in its obligations to help Birmingham Wheels, will the Leader of the Council give Birmingham Wheels a one-year extension to remain on site, as they're asking for, and work with them properly to help secure the future of Birmingham Wheels in Birmingham through equivalent or better quantity and quality replacement provision elsewhere, as required in the Birmingham Development Plan?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. In actual fact, we are not failing the occupiers of the Wheels site with what is laid down in the Birmingham Development Plan. What is set out in the Birmingham Development Plan is what will need to happen when the planning application comes forward. The occupiers of the Birmingham Wheels site have changed since the Birmingham Development Plan was first drafted. The Levelling Up Fund bid that we have submitted to government is about regenerating that site and creating thousands of jobs on that site. And that is what we need to do in order to create the jobs that will be required by our growing population. If we are not to go ahead with this, then we'll simply we will simply impact adversely job opportunities in one of the most deprived constituencies in the city and one of the constituencies with the highest rate of unemployment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward. Councillor Ward, according to the latest Centre for Cities tracking report published last week, Birmingham currently has the biggest reduction in shortfall following the pandemic of any city or large town outside of London. Does the Leader have any insights as to why this might have happened?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. This has also been the subject of a written question. So again, I just wonder if I could ask Councillor Hunt if you could just repeat what he's actually looking for.
Yeah, the written question was based on data from July. I'm referring to the latest data from the Centre for Cities, which appears to show the city having slumped further in the last week of August, according to its assessment. So I'm asking for your insights as to why the city is failing to recover in the way that other cities may well be.
Thank you very much. Thank you for repeating that. I think what's central to the issue here is the economy that we have in large cities up and down the country. We know that large cities suffered most during the period of the pandemic, so it's little surprise that we may be struggling more than other areas in recovering. Having said that, I'm very confident that the very factors that were leading to the success of this city prior to the pandemic are still present. High-speed rail will be arriving at some point in the next 10 years. We'll be hosting the Commonwealth Games next year, and in particular the hospitality sector, which has suffered enormously during the pandemic, along with the event sector. They will have the opportunity of a boost of their trade when we receive over 1 million visitors into this city for the duration of the Games. Alongside the Games is running, of course, the cultural programme, which will again give a boost to the hospitality sector. So I remain confident that this will be a golden decade for this city, and we might be having a stuttering start to the recovery from the pandemic, but I'm confident we will not only recover from the pandemic, and if this is the year of recovery, we will move on to a year of celebration when we host the Commonwealth Games next year.
Thank you. And of course there is one specific factor which may affect Birmingham, perhaps not explaining all of it. So I'd ask the Leader whether he perhaps regrets not having deployed and not deploying the revenue from the Clean Air Zone into improving the public transport offer into the city centre, rather than deploying it onto public realm improvements, and particularly in the light of the emergency measures, emergency transport plan, etc., that have been brought in the last year, and the opportunity to be creative, of not coming up with some creative ideas to encourage the public to use low-carbon public transport to get into the city centre.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm a little bit confused. I thought Councillor Hunt was opposed to the Clean Air Zone. But if he's now supportive of it, let me reassure him that having introduced the zone, we are committed. In fact, it's the law that we have to ring-fence the revenue from the Clean Air Zone into both public transport, public realm and highway improvements. That is what we're planning to do. No doubt you are referencing the 1.2 million. No, actually, that's not Clean Air Zone money. You might be referencing the money that's been taken from the Clean Air Zone for improvements to Victoria Square, but I think that is entirely justified because it is a public realm improvement. And when you compare now the quality of the public realm in Centenary Square, walking through to Chamberlain Square, I think we ought to be a little bit embarrassed by the quality of the public realm in Victoria Square, and therefore it's absolutely right that we are going to invest to improve that public realm. Let us not forget that in order to attract inward investment, you have to have a quality environment in your city centre. If we don't make these investments, businesses and business investment and jobs will simply go elsewhere. But let me finally reassure Councillor Hunt, he will see some of the money raised through the Clean Air Zone invested in public transport improvements in the future.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a question to the Leader of the Council. Leader, private e-scooters are legal to be used on public highway, yet they are being used, and they can be legally sold. So why is it that the government are selling private e-scooters when they are not legal to be used on highways?
Please behave properly.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I do think there is an issue with private e-scooters that are being used on the public highway. As you point out, Councillor Lal, it is actually illegal to use a privately owned e-scooter on the public highway. Having said that, I do believe that the government are right to pilot e-scooter hire schemes, because we have to test out what is required in order to have these vehicles used safely, and indeed test out whether they can indeed be used safely. And our trial with VOI is ensuring that the use of e-scooters is properly regulated, and we are learning all the time about future safe use. That is not the case, obviously, with private e-scooters on the highway. We can't monitor them, we can't monitor their speed, we can't regulate where they operate. In June of this year, West Midlands Police warned illegal riders that they face having their e-scooters seized and fines of up to £300 if they are caught using them on the public highway. Sadly, from what I see going around the city, that isn't deterring every single one from using a private e-scooter. I do believe, though, that the things we are learning through our pilot trial hire scheme will help to inform the use of these vehicles in the future.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Leader, would you join with me writing to the government to ban the sales of private e-scooters? The e-scooter users are dangerous to themselves. We have a lot of people getting injured, the rider getting injured, and then some of them get killed. And also, it's a hazard to the general other road users as well.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. We will indeed be writing to the government following the completion of the e-scooter hire pilot that we're operating. That pilot was originally intended by the government to last 12 months. They then extended it for a further 6 months through to March of next year, and they've now extended it again a further 6 months through to September of next year. I will be making it clear to the government they cannot go on extending what is supposed to be a pilot and almost make it permanent by default. They have to come to a conclusion at some point. And when the pilot does come to a conclusion, we will be taking part in the government consultation that will take place at that point in time. We will input into that all that we have learned through operating the hire pilot, and we'll also be expressing to the government our views around private e-scooters and their use on the highway.
Grand Lord to the Deputy Leader.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As I say, my question is to the Deputy Leader. Would the Deputy Leader support the right of all Birmingham residents, regardless of their nationality, to vote in our local elections, and write to the Minister of State for the Cabinet Office to request that a residence-based voting system is implemented through an amendment to the Elections Bill? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Grinrod for the question. One of the fundamental points of a democracy is that those who are subject to laws should have a say in who makes them and what those laws are. The Scottish Government broadly took a residence-based approach in their independence referendum a few years ago, and to me that sent a really powerful message about inclusivity and what it means to be Scottish. And as a city of migration and sanctuary, Birmingham, to me, is the perfect place for such a policy, and that is something that I would be prepared to support and write such a letter on. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And my supplementary question to the Deputy Leader is, could the Council investigate how many Birmingham residents would benefit from this residence-based voting rights policy? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The government has indicated that it plans to strip voting rights from the majority of EU nationals in the next couple of years, meaning that up to 1 in 10 Birmingham residents has their voting rights at risk. This is on top of those who already live in our city and pay their taxes and abide by our laws, but have no say in how those taxes are spent or what those laws should be. And for some long-term residents of our city, they'll have completely lost their voting rights in their home countries as well and now be shut out of democracy completely. I'm very happy to investigate this further and to report back to Councillor Greenrod and anyone else who might take an interest in this on the numbers who might benefit from such a policy in our city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. My question is to Bridget Jones, Deputy Leader of the Council. At the most recent Cabinet meeting, when you were reporting on your progress and performance, you confirmed that the number of data breaches in the last quarter had doubled, giving the total number of data breaches to 32 in the last administrative year. You did promise to let us know, one, how many of these breaches were reported to the Information Commissioner, and also how many residents have been informed that their data has been leaked to persons unknown. In the spirit of openness and transparency, could you please share that with the Chamber?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Mackie. I hope you'll forgive me. It has been barely a week since the Cabinet meeting and a very, very busy one. I have promised you a full briefing and a sit down with the officers on that, and we are working to get that in the diary for you. So I'll be very happy to provide you with those figures, and we will be getting a date for you to sit down and have a full briefing on it.
Thank you. On August the 20th, parents whose children use the home-to-school transport service started reporting on social media that their data breach had taken place where their personal information was being sent to members of the public. Despite many assurances, we understand this was still ongoing at the start of term. Can you please share with the Chamber what you have done to address this and the other high number of data breaches, and what conversations you have had with the former and current Cabinet member to make sure that these do not happen again?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you for raising this, Councillor Mackie. So I am working closely with Councillor Thompson on this issue, and I fully understand the distress that it causes to parents and to families when errors like this occur. We do take data protection incredibly seriously as a council. We've got around about 11,000 staff, and as you'll know from written questions answered at the previous council meeting, the vast majority of those have completed training on data handling and data protection, and we require them to keep that training updated as the law changes and as things happen. But sometimes, even with the best of training, human error can come into things, and very simple technological slip-ups or IT slip-ups can lead to something happening. It's not acceptable when it does. We monitor the situation closely, we take stock of all of those incidents, and we look to make sure that we are providing staff with the training to make sure that it doesn't happen again, and also any lessons learnt taken from it that we can use to strengthen our processes. I, of course, apologise to anyone that has been affected by this, but I want to reassure you that we take this very seriously, and myself and Councillor Thompson, as I worked with Councillor Booth before her, will be continuing to monitor the situation in this most sensitive of departments in the Council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
The next item is item 7, appointment by the council Before we consider the appointments, I call upon the leader to advise us of changes to the cabinet. Councillor Ian Ward.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Members will all be aware that a vacancy occurred in the Cabinet during the summer months. I've taken the opportunity that afforded to slightly tweak some of the Cabinet portfolios. So first of all, to create a new portfolio of vulnerable children and families. And that portfolio will include all of the previous responsibilities sat with the Cabinet Member for Children's Wellbeing, plus, in addition to that, housing options. And that's to ensure that we place children at the very heart of what we're doing around housing options. And I've also moved bereavement services and registry office out of the Homes and Neighbourhoods portfolio and moved it into the portfolio for social inclusion, community safety and equalities. What that then led to was deciding who was doing what around those two portfolios. So I'm delighted to announce to Cabinet that, to Council that I've asked Councillor Sharon Thompson to become the Cabinet Member for Vulnerable Children and Families. And as you heard a little earlier during questions to Cabinet members, she is making a formidable fist of that role. And secondly, I'm delighted to announce that I've invited Councillor Shibrana Hussain to take on the role of Cabinet Member for Homes and Neighbourhoods. Shibrana does become the first female Muslim councillor to join the Cabinet here in Birmingham, and I congratulate her wholeheartedly on that promotion. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Members have before them a schedule detailing the appointments to be made by the Council. Are there any further nominations? Councillor Martin Sticklewells.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move two changes to chairs of Overview and Scrutiny Committees. Councillor Mick Brown will take the chair of Health and Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Councillor Saima Suleiman will replace Councillor Shibrana Hussain as chair on Economy and Skills Overview and Scrutiny Committee, and she will be removed from Health and Social Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is that agreed? Thank you. Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have one change to make on behalf of the Conservative Group. On Sacre, we would like to replace Councillor Debbie Clancy with Councillor Peter Fowler.
Is that agreed? Thank you. Councillor Mike Ward? Any change? No. Thank you. Now, we are running late by 15 minutes, and we have to leave this building at 7:15. So the officers have moved a little bit agendas to meet the deadline. We now take item 9, West Midland Combined Authority Transport Delivery Committee. I call upon Councillor Kath Hartley to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you all for your forbearance in allowing me to do this seated, because of a very serious back injury of a few years ago has really come home to roost during the pandemic. So thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm pleased to present and move the Transport Delivery Committee Lead Members Report to provide a summary of the committee's work, particularly as it relates to Birmingham. As Birmingham's TDC lead member, I have continued to follow up cases that members have brought to my attention, sometimes questions about transport schemes, transport changes and their impact on your constituents, but more frequently complaints about transport infrastructure, operations, bus shelters, travel information, passengers' concerns about COVID safety. I'm minded to organise a members' development some sessions, as I did over 2 years ago, this time probably spotlighting transport issues by mode, starting with bus, probably to be held online for maximum involvement. Lord Mayor, since my previous report, the COVID pandemic has continued to challenge the public transport services. Bus, metro and rail operators have worked hard to sustain services to the best possible level. Transport for the West Midlands has organised the handing out of free face coverings at bus stations and major interchanges. Paper timetables posted at bus stops and shelters were suspended as timetables were regularly adapted to new patterns of bus use. But I'm pleased to report that timetables are now back in print as the situation starts to steady, with some bus services now rising to 73% of their pre-pandemic patronage. Local rail patronage lags 30%, but yesterday we learned that the metro patronage is back to pre-pandemic levels and above, despite the curtailing of the Birmingham City Centre line at Bull Street during the East Side extension works and Corporation Street track replacement. Speaking of which, I've provided an update on the metro works in Birmingham at Appendix 1 to my report, although with some large capital, along with some other large capital projects in Birmingham, which the Birmingham TDC members have monitored, tracked, questioned and chivied along. The West Midlands Rail Programme, University Station and Perry Bar Station and bus interchange of vital importance to the Commonwealth Games, and the new Camp Hill and also the new Camp Hill line stations. The Sprint bus rapid transport schemes on the A34 and 45. The upcoming cross-city bus routes, starting with sections along Phase 1 and Phase 2 of the Dudley to Druids Heath line route, working in tandem with BCC schemes. Birmingham TDC members are not the only ones to be involved in ensuring that Birmingham gets the maximum benefit from transport strategies, projects and services in the West Midlands. The West Midlands Strategic Transport Board, made up of the 7 Cabinet members and the Combined Authority Transport Portfolio Lead, has been meeting for over a year now to bring forward projects, capitalise on funding opportunities and to respond strategically to government initiatives. Now, Birmingham is well represented on this board, with 2 members and myself as an observer, similarly with the West Midlands Bus Alliance Board. We have a sound presence on the West Midlands Rail Executive Board and the newly formed Combined Authority Transport Scrutiny Committee. So, Lord Mayor, I can assure you and members here that Birmingham's transport interests are being well looked after at every level. Last year I reported that the TDC had been and was still going through a period of change. At section 6 of my report, I update you on how we have put in place the recommendations arising from scrutiny and approved by the Combined Authority. I have attached our new terms of reference and role profiles at Appendix 6. We have reformed our TGC agenda format, refreshed our former lead member reference groups and made their business more transparent. And we relate the content of most of our agenda items back to the 3 high-level deliverables within the Transport for the West Midlands Annual Plan, which I've signposted for you at item 7, paragraph 7.3. I believe that any combined authority should allow for as much elected member involvement as possible, especially when interfacing with service users, interest groups and so on. And to this effect, I consider that our new terms of reference and role profiles properly reflect what is expected of members beyond attending TDC meetings and provide members with better opportunities to influence the work of Transport for the West Midlands, both from within Summer Lane and within the local authorities and communities. Lord Mayor, there are a number of large transport bidding processes in process with imminent tight deadlines, which will impact on Birmingham. I anticipate the implementation of the upcoming City Region Sustainable Transport Settlement in the West Midlands will, once in place, call for close monitoring by the TDC's 19 members from the 7 local authorities during the 22 to 27 period. While the Combined Authority and Strategic Transport Board will direct the bid and its outcome, Birmingham TDC members will work hard to ensure the delivery of wide-ranging transport projects and activities commensurate with our strategic importance and our financial contributions. I think the latter needs to be borne in mind. Another key activity whose implementation TDC will monitor is the emerging West Midlands Local Transport Green Paper, on which you were urged to comment in early July by Councillor Ward. We will also ensure the delivery of the West Midlands Bus Services Improvement Plan. As a footnote, at the end of my report at 7.5, I signpost a really useful website for all sorts of West Midlands transport delivery issues for your use and your constituents. The option for bus stops and shelter issues will shortcut you through directly to the contractors who clean and maintain them. I would advise you to give it a go and feedback to see how your inquiries have been handled, with what speed and with what effect. The Combined Authorities Customer Services arrangement is based on the original Transport for the West Midlands service. It's exemplary and needs feedback for further improvement. Remember, I am here to follow up all your inquiries, regardless of your political affiliations. I don't always get the answer that either you or I would want, but I will ensure that an accurate and full responses come forward. Lord Mayor, I move the report and I welcome Councillor Huxtable's contribution to follow.
Thank you. Is it seconded? Thank you. I call upon Timothy Huxtable.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Yes, I've been told to use the lectern from this side. I don't know why, but there we go. Right. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Hartley for the very fair and impartial way in which she chairs the Transport Delivery Committee. So thank you very much. Just to put some background, the Transport Delivery Committee is a committee of the West Midlands Combined Authority and is tasked, as you've heard from Councillor Hartley, with the delivery of transport, both current and future, in the West Midlands. And it's really good to note that as from the beginning of this municipal year, 3 of the 4 political parties here in Birmingham are now represented on the Transport Delivery Committee. In the time allotted to me to speak on this issue, I'd like to focus on large capital projects as detailed in Appendix 1 of this report. As members can read in this report, much is happening from a transport perspective in Birmingham and beyond. For this, I believe we have to thank our excellent elected Mayor for the West Midlands, Andy Street, who chairs the WMCA and who has successfully lobbied government for substantial funding to implement his transport vision for the West Midlands. And if I'd known I was on this side of the room, I might have altered that. But there you go, Carl, you have to live with that. Perhaps the biggest capital project in Birmingham is HS2, which we've heard already from the leader about how it's going to be a game changer here in Birmingham, with the construction of the Curzon Street and Birmingham Interchange railway stations. High Speed 2 is not only a transport scheme, but is also acting as a major catalyst for economic growth, such as around Smithfield East Side and in the city core. High Speed 2 also underpins other major transport projects, such as Sprint, here in the West Midlands. However, it would be a mistake to think that High Speed 2 is the only major transport project in Birmingham. Work is currently underway at both Perry Bar and University railway stations. Councillor Hartley touched on this, which would hopefully be ready in time for the Commonwealth Games. At the same time, the restoration of rail services along the Camp Hill railway line, with new stations at Hazelwell, at Kingsheath and Moseley, is being progressed. But TDC has made it clear that we need to do more to improve rail services and capacity, both rail and passenger capacity, within Birmingham. So just to run through some of the items, platform 4 of Snow Hill railway station needs to be brought back into operation. The middle platforms at Kings Norton and Northfield railway stations need to be reopened. The Camp Hill cords need to be built. I thought I'd get that in there. The Sutton Park and Tamworth lines need to be reopened and new stations built, such as at Ford Parkway, at Castle Bromwich, Minworth, Warmley and Streatley. With regard to Metro, work is progressing on the west side and east side extensions, with preparatory work being undertaken to extend the Metro from east side to East Birmingham and through East Birmingham and North Solihull towards Birmingham Airport and the NEC. But the TDC has also expressed its desire for the Metro to be an integral part of the Smithfield Urban Regeneration Master Plan. Again, transport and regeneration combining for the best of our citizens, both current and future. Sprint or bus rapid transit. Well, that should transform public transport. The first 2 Sprint routes, utilising the latest zero-emission buses, along both the A34 North, the Walsall Road, and the A45 Coventry Road, will be in place for the Commonwealth Games, and will be used to take passengers to many Commonwealth Games venues, such as the Alexander Stadium, the University of Birmingham, and the NEC. After the Commonwealth Games, 4 further sprint routes in Birmingham will be created, along the A34 North to Sutton Coldfield via Langley, along the Hagley Road, the
30 seconds left.
56, thank you, Lord Mayor, to dovetail quite neatly with the sprint, the A38 south to Longbridge, and between Hall Green and the High Speed 2 interchange via Solihull. And then, as we've heard from Councillor Hartley, there's also going to be the cross-city bus route along the A457 Dudley Road and the A435 Ulster Road down to the Maypole. Things look very interesting, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
This friendship and unity has broken out and has been on the Transport Delivery Committee and its predecessor, I would say.
I call upon Councillor Kath Hartley to reply.
Oh, sorry. I was doing sorry. Sorry, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor. Well, thank you, Tim. I do appreciate your support and contributions to the Transport Delivery Committee. But while I think we all welcome any extra money or even existing money coming into transport nationally, I think it's important that we see that the West Midlands gets its fair share, because only that way will Birmingham benefit as the regional centre. And so when it comes to the bus service improvement plan and the City Region Sustainable Transport allocation, then we must see that we get what we need just for some improvement, never mind to revolutionise transport systems and networks within this region and city. Well, we agree on so many things here, so I'm not going to split hairs, but I think that the strategic decisions for where Metro goes and etc. belong with the Strategic Transport Board and the Mayor, the combined authority. It's our job to see that they are delivered, and delivered as well as possible, and that risks are mitigated against, and that things are delivered in the very best way possible and in time, or at least in a fashion that they can meet the need, such as the Commonwealth Games, and get people to their destinations safely and carefully. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now vote on the recommendation. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you very much, Kath Hartley. Now we move back to report number 8, please. We will now receive a report from the scrutiny chairs setting out the planned work programs of all your scrutiny committees for the forthcoming year. The time for this item is 35 minutes. I have a list of speakers for this item. Could I ask those of you who want to speak but are not on the list to raise your hands, and I will call if there is a time. I call upon Councillor Rice to move the recommendation, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to start off by thanking all members for supporting the last scrutiny business report in April, which adopted Birmingham's first scrutiny framework and agreed some minor yet significant changes to the calling process. As I stated at the time, Birmingham is the first local authority to implement a comprehensive framework of this type. I and my colleagues, the scrutiny chairs, are determined that the spirit in which those discussions were held in the 12 months leading up to the adoption of the framework are retained in the coming months and years. We firmly believe that it's through the culture of cross-party discussion and agreement that the scrutiny process in our city will work as it should do. We must utilise and harness the knowledge, skills and experiences of all members of the Council so that the services delivered by the City Council and indeed other agencies are the very best that they can possibly be. And I think I've told elected members before, I can remember those dark, dismal days from 2004 to 2012 when I was in opposition, yet still want to contribute to the development of services in Birmingham. And I know that we want to make sure that that opportunity is extended to those members currently in opposition today. Now, I also know from my discussions with members of the Cabinet, particularly the leader, that the Executive shares the vision and understanding that discussion and dialogue leads to better governance and decision-making, so that together we can drive forward the cultural change in service delivery that puts our citizens at the forefront of people's minds in the planning and development of public services. Having said that, an area where I still believe progress needs to be made is how one of the 4 key principles of scrutiny, emphasising the voice of the public, is given far greater prominence in everything we do. Now, I've been on the Council a long time, and there's only 1 year when I sat through every single minute of every single City Council meeting, and that was when I was Lord Mayor. And looking back on those 12 months, what strikes me is how few debates focused on the issues which produced most calls to our contact centre and which dominate our email inboxes. That's not to say these issues aren't raised or discussed, but they aren't in a direct correlation to the reports listing the issues of most concerns to our residents. Now, that gap between the voice of the public and relevant discussion at City Council meetings is made even wider when earlier this year, Coordinating Scrutiny Committee heard that some senior officers, and I emphasise some, don't routinely receive reports on issues raised by members of the public and councillors. Now, how can they possibly be responsible for a service if they aren't aware of residents' concerns? Now, I know that customer services are addressing that, so I think things will improve in the future. But then it comes to us. How are we going to receive regular reports on what are the concerns, the chief concerns of the people we represent? It still rings true, that old adage, the higher up the structure of local government you go, and the more important your decisions are, the less contact you have with the people affected by those decisions. And I firmly believe we need to change that philosophy. That's why I believe we should look again at the structure of the City Council, not radically, but to ensure that we have a standing quarterly item on the agenda that lists the most complained about services by local citizens through the variety of mechanisms that are now available to them. And that item must also have an executive response detailing why any services individual Cabinet members are responsible for are falling short of our residents' expectations and what measures they propose to rectify the situation. Now, I haven't raised this idea formally with anyone yet, but I think the scrutiny process and the executive need to have a discussion about it. Members will note that this scrutiny business report runs through the current work programme of all the scrutiny committees. Now, with reference to the one I chair, the coordinating committee's current ongoing investigation into exempt accommodation in Birmingham, which has seen such a dramatic growth in recent years, I firstly must thank all elected members who ensured that residents' associations in their wards knew of the inquiry, which has generated nearly 100 submissions, most of which were excellently written and extremely well researched. So thank you for spreading the word about the inquiry. Whilst that inquiry is still ongoing, I can say with confidence that this particular scrutiny report, when it comes to the City Council for debate, will indeed amplify the very loud voice of the public here in Birmingham. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I commend the report to the City Council.
Thank you very much. Is that seconded? Thank you. I call upon Councillor Mackey. I was advised actually that it was just formal seconded in order to save time. Okay then. Councillor Clements. Liz Clements.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Yes, and thank you for allowing me to speak as I was dragooned by my colleague, the chair of the Coordinating Scrutiny Committee, and I have now written a speech. It's great that I get the chance to deliver it. So I think that the report in front of us gives a really good picture of the breadth and depth of the overview and scrutiny work that's been underway in the Council over the past few months. And I can say for me personally, it's been a pleasure to return to in-person scrutiny meetings. And that was in July in my own committee's case. And I'd like to thank the scrutiny team and the IT staff in the Council, though, for ensuring that scrutiny in our Council continued largely uninterrupted throughout the pandemic. I don't think that was the case in a lot of councils, so I think that shows the commitment of the organisation to ensuring challenge and policy improvement. It's so important that our scrutiny continues to be open, transparent and independent, holding the executive to account, monitoring service improvement and contributing to policy development. This all depends on parity of esteem between executive and scrutiny, face time with portfolio holders and senior officers, access to resources, that's a key one, and to information, also a key one. And of course, the effective and appropriate use of call-ins, which is the vehicle for backbench councillors to challenge on executive decisions. I think we can be pleased because we've had some significant inquiries published over the past year, notably on infant mortality and fly tipping, which have resulted in swift and effective response by the executive and by partner agencies. And I'm sure that the ongoing work on exempt accommodation will result in a powerful set of recommendations which will support the improvement process already in train and being championed by the current and former Cabinet members for housing. So it's really a matter of regret for me that the inquiry on single-use plastic reduction, which was undertaken by my own committee, Sustainability and Transport, in 2019, has had at best a faltering response. Now, I entirely understand how challenging the past 18 months have been for the range of council services implicated in responding to the plastics inquiry, but I have to say I'd hoped for more progress. So my committee will continue to monitor the outstanding recommendations. And it seems to be the most challenging for our organisation to respond when recommendations from scrutiny need a cross-cutting response across service boundaries. But there's every reason to be hopeful because the heroic pandemic response which all our services have shown over the past 18 months show us that the Council can act as one organisation and respond and improve. On the Sustainability and Transport Overview and Scrutiny Committee, as the report sets out, a major concern this year is the effectiveness of the Council's Climate Emergency Action Plan. And this is the issue par excellence where we need to test the capacity of the Council to respond as one organisation. The recent IPCC report was dubbed as Code Red for Humanity. There's no doubt about the need to act fast and act effectively. So I'll be asking the committee to consider questions about the consistency in the Council's response. We've got a good action plan, but is what we're doing, for example, in procuring our waste disposal for the future, consistent with the journey towards net zero carbon? What is the place of incineration or energy from waste within that plan? How can we lever in resources to support housing retrofit at scale? And how quickly will the West Midlands Local Government Pension Fund move to divest from fossil fuels? And I expect that discussion in scrutiny is going to be very challenging, but I can assure you that the Sustainability and Transport Overview and Scrutiny Committee will be fearless in asking those questions and expecting a response. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Naki.
Thank you very much for calling me Lord Mayor. I'd like to start off with this report on scrutiny to actually thank Emma Williamson on behalf of the Conservative Group for all the excellent work that she's done as head of scrutiny over the years. For those of you who don't know, she's moving on to pastures new in Cornwall, and she's been an exceptional head of scrutiny. She's always been fair, knowledgeable, and always available if we ever want any information. As you all undoubtedly know, effective scrutiny is a critical friend of the Council. It identifies decisions that can be improved, and it stops mistakes from being made or repeated. Scrutiny embraces this look to protect the Council and also protect the taxpayer. And I think that you see this more and more with a lot of the call-ins that we do, whereas that even though the call-ins are made up of a number of different the scrutinies are made up of a number of different parties, quite a few call-ins have been made where basically all councillors have come together and had a look at basically some of the decisions that have been made and decided that Cabinet needs to have a look at it again. And I think that Cabinet probably has a lot to learn from this, because how many times do you see a unanimous call-in being made go to Cabinet? The scrutiny chair comes to Cabinet and explains what's happened for Cabinet to really dismiss it and then just have a unanimous vote to carry on as before. Quite a lot of these decisions that have been made on call-ins, have been done with the best of intentions to try and protect the Council and the taxpayer. And I think Cabinet could listen a lot more closely to what scrutiny has to say. I think as well, we can't go much further without thanking Sir Albert Bohr for his effective time as a scrutiny chair. It was great sadness that we saw that Sir Albert Bohr was no longer a scrutiny chair. Scrutiny has lost over 40 years of experience there. An ex-council leader, as we all know, he understands the system and certainly signs up to the understanding that scrutiny is there to protect the taxpayer and the Council. I'm sure that Councillor Aklak, who is a chair himself of many years' experience, will look to continue in that vein to make sure that Council and taxpayer is protected. One thing that's being looked at the moment by scrutiny is the new complaint system. This is something that came out of, as I understand it, at COORD. We really just wanted a set of protocols, so councillors knew what the response time was from officers. It's a huge bureaucratic beast instead that seems to be employing people to receive data from councillors and then send them on to officers to get a reply and then send it back again. Now, in this modern day and age, there's no reason why we shouldn't be sending information directly to officers themselves. And in some cases, we've actually seen officers refusing to respond directly to councillors and saying that we have to go through this administrative system. As elected representatives, we should have absolute right to speak to officers, and they should be able to reply to councillors in a timely manner. I think as well that at a time when Council is making cuts, letting care workers, etc., go, while we're employing people to move data around and become a load of data analysis, doesn't seem to make any form of sense to me. Yes, Minister had the Department for Administrative Affairs. We seem to be fast on the way to creating the Department for Data Analysis. Really, at the end of the day, we're looking for a slick and streamlined council, one that is able to speak directly to officers, get quick replies, because at the end of the day, it's getting back to residents and making sure that they understand what's happening is what we should be doing. We shouldn't be basically spending our time navel-gazing. If we want to be able to analyse what goes wrong, surely departments themselves could be doing that information, not studying councillors' emails. And I'd like to spend my last 30 seconds just to thank Carl Rice himself for the hard work he does as scrutiny chair. He's a very fair-minded individual and makes sure that scrutiny works to the best of its abilities. And we find pretty much that if we have a good scrutiny process, we can respond to residents' needs.
Thank you. Councillor Hammer, please. Tell me 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will be brief, and I wasn't actually intending to make any comments about specific pieces of work carried out by scrutiny, but I would like, before I start my prepared remarks, to fully endorse what Councillor Mackey's just said about casework and the casework system. Spot on. My concern that I wanted to speak about today, and I believe that of many other councillors, is that while things are better than the poor state we were in a few years ago, we are still some way off achieving parity between the executive and scrutiny. And with Emma Williamson sadly leaving, and I offer my congratulations and those of my group to her for her new post, and our thanks for all her contribution to scrutiny over the years, there is a risk with the loss of such a top quality officer that things do fall backwards, and we must guard against this. In particular, there is the issue of the overall capacity of the scrutiny function, which I do not feel is sufficient, and that as a result the Council is missing out on opportunities to improve that would vastly outweigh the costs putting that greater capacity in place. And there is also the impact in terms of the follow-up of past work, and the motion I'm bringing on average speed cameras could be seen as a reflection of that. And again, the risk is that good ideas for improvements to the city are lost. Members here share my concerns. Please ensure you speak up about it privately and publicly, as now is a very important time for the future of the scrutiny function in this Council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Pritchard, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to start by thanking the authors of this report and the various scrutiny committees for all their hard work. I'd also like to add in response to Councillor Clements' words about the Transport and Sustainability Committee's work. I do look forward to seeing the results of that work on divestment, particularly on the Plastic 3, and the Council's work on the climate emergency. The three things I'd like to focus on, Lord Mayor, from the Scrutiny Business Report. Firstly, and it has already been mentioned by Councillor Mackey, it's the members' new inquiry system. Because, and the reason I'm mentioning it as well, it's just because the system just isn't working. I've had many inquiries take far longer than the 2 to 3 weeks they're supposed to. Indeed, I had one this morning that was 2 months after I sent it through the official channels, and that's just the inquiries I'm getting responses from through the official channels. My understanding was that this system was supposed to have people embedded in the departments in question. However, from the responses I've had, it does seem to be the same customer services team as before, now just with half a dozen different email addresses as opposed to one. it doesn't seem to be people actually in those departments that you'd like to raise the issue with and you'll get a response from. It is just people passing it on from the customer service team and lengthening the time it takes to solve a problem. It feels the system has been actually set up almost as a barrier to get the thing sorted, and made it more difficult, rather than putting in more steps in councillors and getting a resolution. I don't think you could have invented a system that would have made it more different to get casework sorted. So if coordinating are looking at this, then my suggestion would be to replace this system with a protocol that simply requires named managers or heads of service, depending on the level of the query, to respond within a set period of time. If those named individuals are away, then appoint a deputy to respond instead. We need a system that works. If people have taken the time to contact their counsellor, it's already beyond data collection, and we just need the problem sorted. I'll quickly mention two other things in the business report. It's good to see that litter bins will be looked at. I do hope this means we will see more litter bins and not the false economy of cutting them back and creating more work for street cleaning and local community groups. And it would be good to ensure that councillors are able to input into this. And finally, Lord Mayor, I note the update from the Economy and Skills Overview Scrutiny Committee. My question on their update would be what's happened to the community asset report that was being worked on. I am aware that that particular committee has had a number of changes of chair, but this report was nearly finished when I left the committee, so what's happened to it since, and when is it being presented to Council? This was, I thought, a good piece of cross-party committee work, and it would be a shame to see it vanish. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now we call upon Councillor Cartwright to reply.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Interesting. I was just in a discussion with the leader about that very issue, about the complaint system. I know most of us have given it considerable thought in recent months, and I'm sure that it will be uppermost in our minds in the coming months. Firstly, two firsts today, Councillor Mackie, you must listen. Two firsts. Firstly, Councillor Mackie gets a round of applause from the Labour group, which pretty unique. And there you are, two in one day, you're on it. And praise for Sir Albert Bohr from the Conservative group. I'd never thought I'd live to see the day, but I don't know whether Albert's here. Oh, he is. Yes, well done, Albert. There you are. If you wait long enough, all good things come to people who wait long enough. So that's good, isn't it? The complaint system. I've got a meeting with officers. Look, I know everybody's frustrated, and I know everybody wants to see improvements. And I share that view. I just want to give you an example of why Sharon and I in North Edgbaston feel that things need to be improved. We went to visit residents a few weeks ago about fly tipping, and I said, "Leave it with us. We'll get it cleared pretty quick." I said. I didn't say immediately. I said pretty quick. But maybe people's definition of quick is different to mine. But anyway, so BCC councillors, every day the residents emailed me, still not been collected, still not being collected. After a week, I had an email from the resident to say, "Carl, we've contacted a contact we've got in the depot direct and they've moved it." Now, that's the problem we're up against. If a resident can ring the depot direct and get things done the next day, I have to say, why can't councillors? So, yeah. So trust me that I'm aware of your concerns, and I'm very, very keen to make sure that there are fundamental improvements. Finally, people have met. I was going to mention Emma next council meeting when nearer her, because she's got another 6 weeks to go. I think Emma, 6 weeks, and you know, she's going to be sick and tired of us saying, "Well done, Emma, thank you." But I mean, I've worked very closely with her over not just this period of chairmanship, but in previous years when I've chaired scrutiny committees. And I think I'll quote Councillor Mackie again, given that he was so nice to me earlier on. It's something he said at committee on Friday. He said that when Emma rings up to talk with an opposition councillor, they know that what she's going to ask them for and what ask them to do will be both fair and reasonable. And I think that trust that an officer has across all the political parties is testament to how she has worked diligently for the scrutiny process ever since she's been with the authority. So, Emma, I think you've had one round of applause, but we'll probably give you another one. There are some people, they say, oh, you know, they'll be difficult to replace, but in your case, it's absolutely true. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Fawaz. Now we will vote on the recommendations. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. Thank you. Now we move on to item 10. I call upon Councillor Sharon Thompson to move the motion.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and I just rise to move this motion. As members know, it is of course a statutory requirement for every council to produce and implement a youth justice plan. But this isn't about statutory requirements, it's about doing the right thing. It's about being compassionate and effective corporate parents, and it's about giving all our children and young people the very best chance to succeed, whatever the obstacles. Birmingham is a young city, and although many children and young people achieve good outcomes, a decade of austerity means that others face a range of challenges, particularly in terms of their well-being and fundamentally staying safe. Lord Mayor, we all know that rising levels of deprivation can cause disastrous consequences for individuals and families, especially in areas like youth justice. The plan before you today, which will be submitted to the National Youth Justice Board, sets out how we can address the challenges identified. We'll do this through reviewing and enhancing the service prevention offer across the partnership, developing robust approaches to effective multi-agency risk management, improving the quality and consistency of practice, responding to disproportionality where it exists across the service, workforce development including a programme of restorative practice and trauma-informed training across the service, developing a Birmingham youth offending service culture and vision that secures consistency across the city. Sounds easy, doesn't it? But having a plan is, of course, just a start. Our progress will be measured through the number of first-time entrants into the youth justice system and the number of young people who commit repeat offences. The number of first-time entrants is falling year on year, but we still perform less well than the average for core cities and statistical neighbours. In terms of repeat offending, on the other hand, our rates was one of the lowest within its statistical family and lower than the England and Wales average, indicating a positive impact on the youth offending service intervention. These priorities, which represent a key response to the last inspection of this service area, are being addressed and overseen by an independent partnership board holding the service and partners to account. And partnership is the key word. This is a multi-agency service, the health, police, education and probation all contributing. Its work is fundamentally partnership-based, and we will know we will have the biggest positive impact for our young people and families when we work together. This service is provided and developed people are in a way, a safe and nurturing home, a place at school or college, help, are all before. And finally, Lord Mayor, I want to move on to the people in this meeting and the role we commitment to the vulnerable children and young people in this city is something that we all need to reflect. From a personal perspective, I know that I have been on a journey over the last 6 weeks, and I'm more than aware than ever that the support and early intervention can make a massive difference. Birmingham must be a city where we support our families, children and young people earlier so we can reduce entrance into the youth offending service. And although our reoffending rates are not as high, we cannot and we will not be complacent. Today's report outlines how we will put effective and sustainable early, universal and targeted interventions in place. This plan can transform lives, and I'm determined to work with the members across the chamber and partners throughout the city to make this a success. Lord Mayor, I would just like to take the opportunity finally to thank
The pressure on time and the agenda that you referred to earlier on, I will formally second the report and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call upon Councillors Yip.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to speak on this item because as a magistrate for some 6 years now, I've sentenced quite a few young adults who have come before me for some of the most appalling crimes. And it's always been incredibly distressing to see that sometimes after a trial, you see their record of previous convictions. And it always starts with a minor misdemeanour, with a warning, with maybe taking a vehicle without insurance. And then slowly it gets worse and worse. And sometimes by the time they get before us in the magistrates' courts, it's so often already lost to the system. And quite notably, it's always quite distressing than not. There's no one in the back of courts for them in support. They've seen it all before. And when you're making your pronouncements, they've all got their bowed, they've already heard the words, they've accepted it, or worse, they've actually become hardened and they've become quite resilient to the offer that's been put out to them. But all the efforts from courts, probation, police, community groups and charities to turn that single life around is always a significant challenge. And it's one that at so many times is already too late by the time they've entered the court system. That's why this report is so incredibly important. And we very much need to pay more attention to this. We've got reports going back to 2014 behind these reports. And we all see these reports come before us at full council, they get approved, filed away, and then brought back out only when it's time to update them. I cannot personally recall this youth justice plan being brought before us at scrutiny of full council in any substantive matter. But of course I hope under the new cabinet member that we have some new fresh leadership, new ideas and some real energy in trying to turn this around. Having in mind the priorities, of course, that's outlined in the report. and increasing the number of young people engaged with education, training and employment. But we're very much this start very much earlier. Again, looking at the past strategic plans of 2014, I remember the strategic outcome page matrix, which was one under before, which clearly shared outcomes and targeted goals, which I'd like to see introduced in this one. But consistently through these reports, they've always been very consistent in outlining where we are, where we want to go, and the outcomes. And this report is very much welcome in terms of its depth and experience and what it builds on in the past. We have a disproportionate number of young people from black or black British ethnicity or dual heritage who remain overrepresented in comparison with the general population in custody. Remand to youth detention facilities remains, in my mind, still a far less satisfactory alternative and a facility to house young people. And they are only ever housed, but it's not that process of starting that rehabilitation for them to take their responsibilities for their actions and to turn their life around under these services. The number of young people remanded to custody are far more likely to display entrenched patterns and are more likely to have committed serious offences. Many of these young people have suffered trauma, lived in households affected by domestic abuse, mental health, substance misuse. They've personally suffered loss from school, experiences, drug or alcohol abuse and dependencies, or of mental health or special education needs, which really goes to show the complexity that sits behind this report and the need for a complete collaborative approach between all departments and from everybody who wants to put the child at the heart of everything.
30 seconds left.
Very well. I just want to finally mention the number of children in care who are disproportionately represented in the criminal justice system. And these children are most often with special needs, especially in the vulnerable group, and in need to have extra support and assistance. Lord Mayor, finally, Cabinet Member to firmly redouble our efforts of the administration, perhaps working with the family courts to look specifically at key issues of much earlier intervention, remand services in youth detention facilities, and to put for the Cabinet Members' consideration a specific project with the Children's Trust, who have been doing a superb job, looking at them entering the system and not looking at the statistics once they've entered the system.
Councillor Mariam Jan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As with all sectors, many of challenges youth justice faced in the last year are still with us. And as the recovery takes place, new challenges will emerge. Now more than ever, we need to have a child-first approach to improve outcomes for all children. This will continue to influence and provide evidence-based to achieve this. Children have faced significant disruption in their lives over the last year. Their social interaction has been curtailed. Some families struggled financially too. A friend of mine whose son was suffering from mental health, he was 13 years old. 6 months ago, he committed suicide. He had no help, no support. There was no schooling. There was no one to talk to. There was no counselling. He waited for his family to go to sleep. He got his school tie and he hung himself. And his family found him the next day in the morning. This is why it's important that we get this right, and we get this right properly. We need to prioritise the needs of children, to work with partners so children receive the best possible support and ensure that work use resources effectively, enable innovation, strengthen to enhance our sight of the youth justice system, distribute grants to improve outcomes for children and communities, promote a holistic approach to address challenges facing children in contact with both justice systems, maximise opportunities for improvements for children, prevent harm caused by exploitation. Bleed control training should also be used as well. As we know, knife crime is on the increase with young people, and I don't need to carry on discussing this. We are all aware of this. offer fair treatment of children and to reduce overrepresentation, work towards reduced numbers of children in custody, improve resettlement outcomes. Plans should be committed and to an ambitious way, but to also recognise and respond to change. Ministry of Justice fund this MOJ. They are responsible for setting out budgets and overall justice policy framework which is being operated. Prioritise the interests of children and recognise their needs, capacities, rights and their potentials. This should be a child-focused acknowledgement, structural barriers and meets responsibilities towards children. Promote young people's skills and their strengths, and to help develop them pro-social identity, leading to safer communities and fewer victims.
Now I call upon Councillor Akhtar, Safia Akhtar.
Children and young people need to be at the heart of the solution to address the youth justice system, and the youth justice plan has been shaped by the 694 children who have completed the self-assessment surveys between April 2020 and March 2021. Their responses help to shape and influence partnership and commissioning priorities. The plan sets out how local youth justice services are to be provided and funded. The plan prioritises the reduction of young people offending. Birmingham has become more deprived, moving from the 16th most deprived local authority the challenges that have been identified, including response across the service. Young offenders in custody rose from 25% to 41% between 2006 and 2016, although overall figures of the youth offenders. It is important to recognise that since the review was published in 2017, this disproportionality has got worse, with 51% of boys in young offender institutions of black or ethnic minority groups. Therefore, what needs to be done to close this gap? I fully support this youth justice plan. The Birmingham City Council is taking steps to respond to this, and that the youth to this disproportionality that exists.
To reply.
Thank you. To start off, because I know that John Cotton never got to speak, but I just want to thank him and Councillor Booth for all the work that
Those against? Seconded? Well, you said formally. Okay, then. Move on. Okay, if that is the agreement.
Five days before, it spent just over 3 hours on the Foxhollis Road in Acox Green. Of 59 miles an hour. This on a road where in the previous month 2 residents of my ward lost their lives in a crash, and where last month there was a further fatal crash. What these statistics demonstrate is first the sheer scale of the problem, and second, that while mobile camera vans are great at highlighting it, they are simply inadequate to tackle it. While they catch lots of speeders while they are there, the chances signed the petition. But when the answer came, it shocked me. What it said is that we've done a pilot, putting in average speed cameras into 5 locations in the city 5 years ago. The pilot was a great success, improving speed limit compliance, reducing speed and, vitally, I quote, reducing the number and severity of road collisions. It then gave the criteria for introducing speed cameras, based on the Department of Transport criteria, as follows. First, the road must have a history of collisions in the agreed zone. Second, there must be 3 or more people killed or seriously injured per kilometre within the zone in the previous 3 years. Third, there must be significant levels of speeding. And fourth, there are no obvious alternatives to camera use. The response then agreed that it is very likely that the Foxhollis Road meets those criteria, and I think it would sadly far exceed them. Case closed, you would think. But no. It turns out that 5 years after a successful trial, all we have managed to do is to start a review to see if expanding average speed cameras might be possible with funding cited as the barrier. And this is despite a presentation given to the Transport, Economy and Skills Overview and Scrutiny Committee in December 2017, which highlighted not just the speed reduction in the immediate zones, but a halo effect in surrounding areas and a range of secondary benefits from the trial, such as enabling the police to identify cloned vehicles and other offences and crimes. It even pointed out that the public like them and want more. It concluded that there were sufficient positive results to move from pilot to rollout. But here we are, nearly 4 years later, still pushing for that. Now, let's be fair and wipe off a year due to COVID. But even if you do that, is it right that nearly 3 years after a way is found to significantly reduce speeding and thereby, frankly, save lives, all we have done is start a review? That is what I find shocking. It's a shocking lack of urgency and leadership. Million after million is spent prettifying the city centre year after year, but making our roads safer for motorists and indeed cyclists seems way down the list of things that matters to this council. We need a better balance. And of course there is an exception that proves the rule. Following the horrific crash on the Middleway in December 2017, average speed cameras were eventually installed on that section of road. With 6 dead in one crash, the council had to do something, and fair play, they did the most effective thing. Drive there now, and it is very unusual to find anyone doing much over 40 miles an hour, much less the 100 miles an hour that one driver was estimated to have been doing when that terrible crash happened. But it shouldn't take such tragic extremes to do what is right. Indeed, other cities in the West Midlands have done it. In January 2020, Coventry installed average speed cameras on the Binley Road and the Henley Road. Indeed, Coventry has almost as many average speed camera zones as Birmingham, despite only being a third of our size. Now, this motion isn't just about speed cameras. They aren't going to be the solution everywhere. And so we are calling for a comprehensive road safety plan that will allow the most effective solution for each accident hotspot. And of course, funding will always be a limiting factor here. We have to make difficult choices about where to use scarce resources. But without a plan, how can we make the right choices about road safety? A few weeks ago, I was driving home, late in the evening, from visiting relatives in Dudley. Our route took us down the Hagley Road, which has average speed cameras. All the way from the Wolverhampton Road to Five Ways, we drove at just under the speed limit and not one car overtook us. Same thing on the Middleway. Then on to the Warwick Road, which doesn't have the benefit of speed cameras. And within a couple of 100 metres, 6 cars overtook us at high speed. Our residents want action on speeding. We have a way of tackling it that works. It's way past time we took action to roll it out.
30 seconds left, please.
I move this motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mariam Jan to second it.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Average speed cameras work by recording your speed at 2 different points. They don't capture your speed in a single flash. Instead, they monitor your speed over a length of the road. This is so people don't slow down just before they see a camera and then speed up again afterwards. On average, the permanent average speed cameras sites analysed saw reductions in injury collisions, especially those of higher severity, while personal injury collisions fell by 9 to 22%. 25% average speed cameras were analysed in detail, with 294 kilometres of the road covered these sites. The new yellow vulture speed cameras include precision technology capable of catching drivers on the phone, smoking, eating, and even without a seatbelt on. ASE cameras reduce accidents according to a new study from 1992 to 2016. Speed cameras reduced accidents between 17 to 39% and fatalities by between 58 to 68% within 500 metres of the camera. The introduction of average speed camera system is intended to positively influence driver behaviour and to ensure drivers comply with set limits on roads, this providing a safer environment for everyone who uses the roads. The average speed cameras will detect vehicles to calculate their average speed by measuring the time taken to travel between fixed points. The aim to introduce these new cameras are to improve road safety, reduce the number of people being killed or seriously injured in road collisions, improve driver behaviour, improvement over a greater area, improve compliance with speed limits. Average speed cameras have a proven track record of reducing casualties and excessive speed, and their high visibility leads to a better compliance with speed limits. This was evidenced in Scotland when their first average speed cameras were installed. If you are caught above a certain limit, your case will be heard at Magistrates' Court. If you are found guilty, any fine imposed will go to Treasury or potentially a speed awareness course. Racing is still occurring on our streets in Birmingham, and this has been going on for years. We are all aware we do not have enough police officers to help stop this. This is where average speed cameras will help to save lives, and not just for the drivers who speed, but also for all drivers, as safety is important and lives do matter. There are currently several routes across the West Midlands operated by average speed cameras. Having average speed cameras does result in positively influence driver behaviour and to ensure drivers comply with set limits on roads, resulting in a safer environment for all road users. Currently, a number of routes under consideration with the aim of implementing average speed cameras in the foreseeable future. But what is meant by foreseeable future? We need action now to create our safer streets and roads, and to prevent and to educate. As we see drivers with fast cars, they want to test the speed, but this is happening on roads and it is a danger to all these vehicles. As the new cars, as we all know, they're fast. And a lot of young people that have purchased these new cars, they can't control or let alone handle the cars, which also causes collision too. So I would like to second this motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. On this motion, I have two amendments, which will also be debated with the motion. Now I call upon Councillor Timothy Huxtable to move the first amendment.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I rise to speak on behalf of the Conservative amendment in my name. Road safety is an extremely important matter, and I very much welcome that this is the subject of the Lib Dem motion. The Conservative amendment thus seeks to add value to the Lib Dem amendment, and my colleague, Councillor Peter Fowler, will focus in his speech on the Birmingham Wheels site. However good average speed enforcement cameras are, they are impractical to install along all the roads in Birmingham where there are speeding issues. Therefore, other measures are required to improve road safety, such as road safety zones. And I fundamentally believe that we should preempt accidents and not wait for accidents to happen before installing physical traffic calming measures, which are self-enforcing and which can negate the need for speed cameras. Thus, I very much look forward to further funding for such schemes. Now, I'm sure councillors here are being regularly contacted by their constituents about roads in their own wards where traffic calming measures are required, as the roads are being used as rat runs, are dangerous from a visibility perspective, or both. From the petitions presented by councillors during this very meeting, we've heard that residents would like to see more traffic calming measures, more speed reduction measures installed in their neighbourhoods. Indeed, earlier this meeting, I myself presented a petition on behalf of residents living on or near to Baldwin's Lane in my ward of Hall Green South to reduce traffic speed along Baldwin's Lane, especially near a very sensitive location, very vulnerable location, namely Chilcot Primary School. Now, while indeed there is a school crossing patrol warden there along Baldwin's Lane, obviously the warden is only there at around school opening and closing times. At other times, some traffic, despite the presence of a vehicle-activated speed sign, travels at excessive speed along Baldwin's Lane. And many residents and parents of children at Chilcot inform me that physical traffic calming measures are required to reduce excessive speed. Now, as members know, such physical traffic calming measures can take many forms. They can be either vertical, such as speed humps or cushions, or horizontal, chicanes, roundabouts, pedestrian refuges, zebra or traffic light controlled crossings. There is no one-size-fits-all solution. Instead, each local area safety scheme or safer route to school scheme, the installation of many of which I have been involved in, is very much a bespoke design. As such, this part of the Conservative amendment asks the Executive to commit to active, timely and full engagement with residents, schools, parents and local councillors, as these stakeholders are best placed to understand what individual measures are needed and what individual measures will work best on local roads. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Peter Fowler to second the amendment, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I rise to second the amendment. It was 609 days ago that I stood to amend a motion that sought for the Council to acknowledge Birmingham Wheels as an important community asset. It's unfortunate that despite cross-party support, Labour voted this down. In the days that have passed since, licensees at Birmingham Wheels have been left in the lurch, with the Council paying lip service to the fact that they have an obligation to either allow the operators to remain on the site or indeed find them an alternative site with the same or improved provision. It is a testament to the Labour administration on the war on cars that they seek to use knotweed as an excuse to close the site and deny a community of thousands the opportunity to come together and enjoy various sports. The site at Birmingham Wheels isn't just about driving fast cars around a track. Over the decades, it has been operating and is supported hundreds, if not thousands, of children in the probation service, and more recently, it has helped young people with mental health and special educational needs to find an outlet from the struggles of everyday life. Now, we hear a lot about the leader, about a legacy for sport in Birmingham after the Commonwealth Games, but his actions do speak louder than words. And through the vendetta, as I see, through his vendetta to close the site, he is reducing the level of provision in Birmingham. This site houses the country's only purpose-built speed skating track that has nurtured the talent of British champion Jack Kelly, as well as record-breaking Will Dobson, who has travelled all over the world to represent our country. I was moved to hear of the community spirit that has developed within the skate club, and Jack spoke of how they ensure that no one is left out and everyone is made to feel welcome and at home. At a time when it is now less than a year to go until the eyes of the world are on Birmingham, we should be protecting venues that churn out such competitors and house such strong communities. If the Labour administration plough on with the plans to close the site without suitable or adequate replacement provision, we will see hundreds of cars pouring out onto the streets in communities we represent. These cars are modified, often noisy and capable of high speeds. At the moment, they are contained on a site with trained marshals and first aiders ready in case something goes wrong. Without the site and the safety mechanisms around them in place at the moment, will disappear, has the potential to cause disruption and threatening the road safety of children and parents across the city. Lord Mayor, the operators at Birmingham Wheels aren't being unreasonable. They aren't making demands the Council can't meet. They have proposed a sensible and common sense approach that would mean the site and communities can continue to thrive and grow, as well as the Council gaining land to develop. It is time the administration placed the communities that they represent first, rather than financial interests and vanity projects on certain cabinet or from certain cabinet members. And can finally add that I do recall that when I mentioned in my last speech on the 14th of January of 2020, I was made aware that Sir Albert Bohr was instrumental of setting up of the park and the trust when it was run by the City Council and the probation services. Lord Mayor, I hope this will continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I call upon Councillor Wasim Zafar to move the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I propose this amendment to this motion in my name to be seconded by my colleague, Councillor Liz Clements. I understand and support the spirit of the motion from the Liberal Democrat colleagues, and I absolutely acknowledge that more needs to be done to make our streets safer for all road users. But resources are the key challenge in our efforts. And back in 2011, the scrapping of the road safety grant to local authorities had a huge impact on our efforts. Following this, the responsibility for funding road safety initiatives fell directly to local authorities. Councillor Harmer and Councillor Jan spoke very passionately about making our roads safer. I wonder if they spoke up with the same level of passion when their Liberal Democrat colleagues in the Cameron-Clegg coalition government scrapped the road safety grant to councils like Birmingham. Lord Mayor, in 2017, Birmingham City Council, working in partnership with Solihull Council, entered into a legally binding agreement to pursue a pilot project to trial average speed enforcement cameras at 5 locations across Birmingham, including the Hagley Road and Coventry Road. This has now ended, but we are continuing a verbal agreement as it is in nobody's interest to stop enforcing. From a practical point of view, the pilot scheme has been successful, delivering a positive impact on speed compliance and speed reduction, with consequential benefits of reduced number and severity of road traffic collisions. Unfortunately, it has become apparent that the financial model which underpins this agreement is flawed, and that Birmingham City Council generates the majority of the revenue as it has the most sites, but does not receive the fair share of the proceeds. There is a need to pursue a revised agreement, including a sustainable financial model, to facilitate consolidation and the expansion of the programme to other corridors, including the A34 Walsall Road, for which there has been repeated calls for this to be installed. Whilst the Council does have a statutory responsibility with regards to road safety, enforcement of speed limits is solely the responsibility of the police. I can confirm that early next month I will be meeting with the Police and Crime Commissioner to discuss these particular issues, a commitment that's been in the diary for a number of weeks. The income that Birmingham City Council receives is a surplus from speed awareness courses after the police have recovered their staff and processing costs. The biggest challenge in this financial model is that the revenue generated from speeding fines goes direct to Treasury and does not get seen by the police or any of the local authorities. I know Labour MPs, including the Birmingham Edgbaston MP Preet Gill, have repeatedly wrote to government asking them to review this and pass the income generated by fines directly to the council so we can invest into future road safety initiatives. For context, the capital cost for installing the Belgrave Middleway scheme that Councillor Harmer referenced earlier, which was introduced after a fatal collision, cost approximately £160,000. This is a good guide for per-site installation moving forward. The annual maintenance for this initiative is the annual maintenance bill for this to the council is twice what we recover from income received. Lord Mayor, the road safety strategy is due for update in 2022, which will provide an opportunity to set into policy a revised approach for the rollout of average speed enforcement cameras across our city. As part of the further rollout, it will be necessary to agree some criteria for prioritisation, which will be based on collisions and speed data, but also, hopefully also, some broader elements around how it helps to manage the network more effectively, encourage modal shift and respond to the community concerns. Lord Mayor, my colleague Councillor Clements will talk in greater detail about this Labour Council's efforts to become a default 20-mile-per-hour city and the wider benefits of this. But I want to take this opportunity to express my personal disappointment on the response I received from the Transport Secretary when I wrote to him last March asking if Birmingham can become a default 20-mile-per-hour city, converting all residential roads in Birmingham, which make up some 90% of our roads, to 20 miles per hour. This would have made our roads safer, would bring forward our efforts to introduce 20 miles per hour across the city, and save considerable resources with repeater signs on 10% of the roads compared to the 90% of the roads. The government who support our initiatives and allow the Labour-run Welsh Government to introduce default 20 mile per hour zones actually rejected our proposal. It's hugely frustrating, Lord Mayor, that there are no issues in introducing these default speed limits in one area of the UK, but not being allowed in another area by this government. These double standards are what frustrate us and the residents of this city. Turning very quickly to the Conservative amendment, I find it rather disappointing that they've taken this opportunity where we should be discussing the very importance of road safety to concentrate on the Birmingham Wheels project. With respect to the bit of the amendment on engagement with communities, we absolutely are committed to that. We are currently engaging with communities and stakeholders, including local councils, and will continue to do so. Lord Mayor, I know time will hinder a debate on this. I know my colleagues, Councillor Kerry Jenkins and Councillor John O'Shea, wanted to speak on this very important debate, but time will unfortunately not allow them to do so. Lord Mayor, I move this amendment and encourage colleagues to vote for this amendment and reject the Conservative amendment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Now I call upon Councillor Liz Clements to second the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and it's a pleasure to follow Councillor Zafar in seconding this amendment. I think it's fair to say that everybody in this room has got a commitment to road safety, and I hope that everyone would sign up to the Vision Zero approach that we're being lobbied about by groups across the city, which is aiming to see zero road deaths on Birmingham's roads. And that's something which has been achieved in other cities, notably in Europe, and it requires a bundling of efforts. And I absolutely agree that average speed enforcement and average speed cameras are a really important tool in this. When I was a councillor in Hall Green, residents want to see average speed enforcement cameras on stretches of Stratford Road going through Hall Green where there's a problem of racing. Similar problems apply on Bristol Road through my ward and going out from the city centre into Northfield. I'm pleased to say that actually as part of the active travel measures that were introduced during the pandemic, the speed limit on a section of Bristol Road passing through my ward was actually reduced from 40 miles per hour to 30 miles per hour. So that's effective action on reducing speed. We cannot introduce average speed cameras without the budget for them, as Councillor Zafar has outlined. And I too appreciated the irony of Liberal Democrat colleagues, whose integrity I respect, normally getting up and talking about speed cameras in general when the budget for these cameras was cut completely in the early years of the coalition government of which their party was a part. So in my own ward, we've had a vigorous campaign for 20 mile an hour speed limits because residents are very frustrated about the fact that the 20 mile an hour zones that we've got in the city at the moment stop in arbitrary places because we weren't able to extend them throughout the city because the money was ring fenced. So I have several roads where the 20 mile an hour zone just stops in the middle of a length of road, Franklin Road or Merivale Road, notable examples. So I really share Councillor Zafar's absolute disappointment that the request that went into Gratschapps last year at the height of the pandemic for a blanket 20 mile an hour zone in Birmingham was rejected. The Welsh Government is going to do it. They've moved already to implement 8 pilot areas there in rural and urban areas to test the approach, and they're going to be bringing in the blanket approaches from 2023. But more recently, on August the 30th in Paris, a blanket 30 km per hour speed limit was introduced, which covers virtually all residential areas in Paris. That's about 18.6 miles per hour. I think if Paris can do it, then we should match that ambition. So we are seeking to be there with the best. And The only way that really that we can start to reduce road deaths and reduce harm on the road is to reduce the speed. We know that as speed comes down, accidents, particularly to vulnerable road users, come down. And also, I know there are some people in the room that don't want to hear this message, but actually, we're not pursuing a war on cars. We're trying to encourage people to use cars appropriately in urban areas, and accidents will reduce when we have fewer car journeys that aren't essential, and when we're providing residents of the city with good options through public transport, through walking and cycling, to travel more sustainably and without creating pollution and harm to road users. We can make this city better, and part of that would be making sure that not all of it is blighted by heavy traffic, speeding traffic, which is a danger to all of us when we're walking or cycling. I'm very happy to second this amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I call upon Councillor Rajan Hammer to reply on the motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd first like to thank Councillor Jan for giving more information on why average speed cameras are so effective at making our roads safer. And to Councillor Huxtable, thank you for supporting the raising of this issue and pointing out the concerns that residents have right across the city about it. And indeed, you're quite right that there is a wide variety of solutions that are needed to tackle speeding. It isn't always average speed cameras that are the right thing. We've gone on, we've highlighted that in our comments because we think that's where the most glaring failure in terms of lack of leadership is. But you're absolutely right. In different areas, it could be physical, traffic calming, and so on. Peter Fowler, yeah, absolutely. Thank you for raising the points you've made. We do need a whole strategy on this, and that includes diverting people from the desire to speed and having those facilities in place that ensure that happens. Turning to Councillor Zaffa, I very much welcome his support of the spirit of our motion and his recognition and stressing the need to develop a sustainable financial model to ensure that we have more average speed cameras. However, what I would, and I made that point in my speech, however, it hasn't stopped Coventry rolling out more. And if we do have a bad deal within the combined authority, well, whose responsibility is that? So, we agree we should have more of these. We agree we need the right model to do it. Let's take those points of consensus and get this sorted out and not use excuses to stop it happening. I've also got a lot of agreement with what Councillor Clements has said. I agree that we should reduce speed limits. However, the problem with the amount of speeding we have is not the speed limit, but people's compliance with it. And that's really what our motion focuses on. We need both the appropriate speed limit, and I agree, lower speed limits in much of the city would be better, but unless we have the compliance, there's a lot of evidence actually that, in shifting from 30 mile an hour speed limits to 20 mile an hour speed limits, unless you have some elements of compliance, actually changes very little at all. So we need both. And therefore, in conclusion, Lord Mayor, I'm happy to accept the Conservative amendment, turn down the Labour amendment, but while welcoming their spirit that this is an important issue. And once, if sadly their amendment does pass, we'll happily support the amended motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We will now vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Tim Huxtable and seconded by Councillor Peter Fowler. Are those in favour? Are those against? That is the last. Thank you. We will now vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Wasim Zafar and seconded by Councillor Liz Clements. Those in favour? Those against? That is carried. We will now vote on the motion as amended. Are those in favour? Are those against? Motion as amended has been carried. Thank you. Now we move on to motion B. I call upon Councillor I call upon Councillor John Carter to move the motion of which he has given the notice.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move the motion as set out in the agenda in my name. Right now, over 10 million of our fellow citizens live in food poverty. People who are forced to choose every single day between eating or heating, between eating or paying the bills, or eating and clothing their kids. None of them are doing that through choice. And none of them are in that situation simply because of the pandemic or some other accident of nature. Frankly, they're trapped in food poverty because of the policy decisions made by government. Decisions to cut public services. Decisions that have torn gaping holes in the social security safety net.
Should I not suggest that?
Of course, food poverty has worsened during the pandemic. The 52% increase in the number of food parcels given to children during the pandemic is testament alone, I think, to that. But do not be fooled for a moment into thinking that food poverty is simply a consequence of the pandemic alone. The evidence to the contrary is clear and it's stark. According to the Trussell Trust, 10 years ago, in 2011 to 12, the year that you'll recall when austerity and the government's so-called welfare reforms began to bite, just over 128,000 people were receiving emergency food from the Trussell Trust food banks. By 2019 to 20, which was the last year before the pandemic hit, the number of people using those food banks in this country had risen, and it had risen to over 1.9 million. So be under no illusion, food poverty and insecurity is a direct consequence of the policy decisions made by governments since 2010. And if you talk to the staff in any advice agency in this city, to the volunteers in any food bank, the workers in any charity, they will tell you that this is a crisis that has been a decade in the making, and of the terrible consequences it has created for families, for children, for people of all ages struggling to get by in this city right now. And of course, as with many things over the last decade, it's been left to this council to try and pick up the pieces. We started nearly a decade ago by trying to map out the food banks and coordinate the food banks and pantries across the city. We've supported projects to tackle holiday hunger and battled to maintain emergency welfare provision after the government passed on the responsibility and then cut the funding. And of course, during the midst of the pandemic, whilst the government was absolutely shockingly trying to avoid any responsibility for maintaining free school meals during the school holidays, this Labour-led council stepped up to ensure that 61,000 children entitled to these meals in this city were not going to go hungry. And of course, we know that the government eventually bowed to the public pressure, and certainly the superb campaigning by Marcus Rashford, a young man who exemplifies, I think, everything that Britain should be proud of. But frankly, is it in any way acceptable that in 21st century Britain, faced with rocketing levels of poverty and hunger, a British government and a British Prime Minister have to be publicly shamed into doing anything about it? That they have to be dragged almost kicking and screaming into taking any action at all? The right to food, the right to freedom from insecurity and poverty shouldn't have to be squeezed out of a recalcitrant set of ministers. It should be a basic human right, enshrined in law and open to all. Yet this stubborn resistance to facts and this blindness to the consequences on the part of government persists, and we've seen it again this week in their refusal to cancel that cut to the £20 uplift to universal credit. As I said earlier on, 3 weeks tomorrow, 160,000 families in this city are going to be hit by this cut, And they live in every constituency and every ward of this city. They're our constituents, our friends and our neighbours. And they are the low-paid workers who saw us through the pandemic, those just about managing families who are juggling the bills. The government know exactly what the consequences of their decision is. Their own officials have been warning them for months, and indeed, as have so their backbench MPs. One official told the Financial Times last week, the internal modelling of ending the universal credit uplift is catastrophic. Homelessness and poverty are likely to rise, and food bank usage will soar. Even Ian Duncan-Smith, who of course is the architect of this rather deeply flawed universal credit system, is also urging the government to cancel the cut. And I have to say to Conservative colleagues here today that they have a choice. They can stand with us and stand with those 160,000 Brummies by calling on their colleagues in Whitehall to cancel the cut to the £20 uplift. They can also join with us in a demand to end the 5-week wait for payments that leave so many new applicants for universal credit literally penniless. And they can join with us in demanding a system that has created and deepened food poverty and injustice in our country is brought finally to an end. I say let us honour properly the fundamental right to be free from hunger that's set out in the UN's Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights by enshrining the right to food in UK law. The government can do this. They're about to publish a white paper in response to the Independent National Food Strategy report. They can make the right to food the centrepiece of that white paper if they choose to do so. Yet again, it's a matter of choices. And what we say to them in this motion is make that choice. Enshrine the right to food so adults and children in this city and across this country do not go hungry. Don't have them choose between eating, heating, paying the bills or being plunged into debt. As Jack Dwarf, who was the former director of the UN Food Organization, said, hunger is not an issue of charity, it's an issue of justice. I say to you today, colleagues, let's choose justice. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now I call upon Councillor Ali Armstrong to second it.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second this motion, and a quick thank you to Kerry Jenkins, who will not get to speak because of time, but put a huge amount of time into getting this on the floor. Some time before COVID, I remember a heated discussion on housing. I was concerned that the gentrification of working class areas was pricing out some of those who called the area home. One of the replies I got was, "You're not even from here," which of course is true. I was not born and raised in Brum. And I do believe there are some things you only truly understand if you have an area in your bones. For example, a breakfast at the original Mr. Egg. I did eat there before it shut. It was okay, it was fine. Or a deep emotional longing to put that huge King Kong statue back on a prime rooftop location in the city centre. I could take it or leave it personally. Finally, this one is increasingly controversial. Jack Grealish's calves. I know many of you have given up on Jack and his legs because his shirt changed to a different shade of blue. But still, he's no Chrissy Waddle. Some emotional longings are site-specific, but some are not. Some things should be universal. Some things should break every human heart equally. Kids with empty bellies, day after day after day. Families choosing to eat or heat their home, and some days it's no choice at all, because they can choose neither. This current Gov do not care for the needs of the most vulnerable. There's no better metaphor for this than the fact they intend to turn back boats seeking sanctuary, to literally physically force them back to wild seas. We will see an increase of those searching safety, fleeing man-made tragedy of climate breakdown in the near future. This too will be part of our man-made food poverty. I am pleased we as a city are proposing the National Food Strategy should include a right to food, yet our compassion, policy and action for the right to food should go beyond our man-made borders, past cities, past regions, past nations. A true food for all policy means exactly that, a right to food for all. When it comes to providing access to good food for the most vulnerable, I do not want to hear a single voice say, but we need to look after our own first. They are all our own. Every child hungry is our own, our duty, our sacred responsibility. A child with an empty belly and frankly,
hungry through Tory policy decisions that trap the already struggling in the most terrible conditions, an Afghan child clinging to a boat in cold waters, or a climate refugee forced from their home as crops and water waste away because we couldn't act quickly enough on climate breakdown. They are all our own. They all deserve the right to access to food. And everyone here holds some lever of power: the leadership, backbenchers, opposition, officers. We even have some MPs in the Conservative councillor group who could push forward huge and radical change if they wished. This motion will only mean something real in a world where every billionaire is a policy failure rather than a Conservative donor, where mega corporations don't just get to take and take and take, but they are owned collectively for the common good. This motion has legs because we've all seen the need, but it needs teeth to work. It needs politicians to have career-defining bravery, to decide to create change. This motion's intent will only be a success when it is enacted by politicians who see equity above profit, compassion above status, who will speak and act truth to power even when it personally hurts. Access to food for all above obscene and opulent wealth for the tiny few. I'm not a fan of statues, but if we have to build one to recognise this motion, I'd suggest Robin Hood. I second this motion.
Thank you. I have two amendments which will be debated with this motion. First, I call upon Councillor Babar Baz to move the first amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to speak in amendment set in my name. The total amount of food surplus and waste in the UK alone is thought to be 3.6 million tonnes per annum, or 7.2% of all food harvested. If this wasted and surplus food had been sold at market value, it would have had a value of 1.2 billion, with some small part of this value recovered through sales for animal feed. The amount of surplus food that is material that was at high risk becoming waste but goes instead for redistribution, animal feed, or to become bio-based materials. It is estimated that an additional 2 million tonnes per annum, or 4% of all food harvested. This means that a staggering 1.6 million tonnes of food is simply waste. This is food families could be eating, or food that clogs up the waste disposal system, creating greenhouse gases and filling landfill sites. Up to now, the recycling of the waste has been driven by the industry and by campaigning groups such as REP. We need government initiatives tied to poverty reduction to give families access to discounted or free food. This has treble benefits. It feeds the hungry, it can improve nutrition and reduces greenhouse gases. We also need the Council to speed up its deadly slow progress towards domestic food recycling. Why, when 2 West Midlands councils are successful doing it, cannot Birmingham even manage a pilot scheme? I would also very much support the line in here about extending free school meals. This was one of the positive results of the Liberal Democrat involvement in government 10 years ago, and has achieved far-reaching benefits for city children and for their learning. I also share the serious concerns raised by proposals about the withdrawal of the £20 top-up on universal credit, which is going to hit families very hard. No less than 82,110 families with children are going to suffer in the city of Birmingham. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation estimates that in my own Yardley constituency, 9,600 families are going to have to find savings to try to feed their families, and with winter approaching, it will be heat or eat. In percentage terms, the hardest hit will be Ladywood with 54%, and Yardley with 38% of families being deprived of this valuable and necessary income. With many schools already running breakfast clubs, there will be desperate needs for this programme to be expanded to ensure children do not start the day on empty stomachs. This will no doubt be supplemented by the kind heart of school staff who often stop at the shops to buy a loaf of bread from their own pockets. The 13-week school holidays will also need covering to provide a replacement for the free school meals, so many families rely on for that one hot meal a day. We all know that discount supermarkets will sell fresh chickens for £2.75, with potatoes and vegetables to make nutritious meals being less than £5 for a family of 4 or 5, while bread, cereal and all the provisions a family of 4 or 5 would need could be provided from the loss of that £20. not living in the lap of luxury, but at least ensuring families don't go hungry. I ask the Council to unanimously support this amendment to send the strongest message to the Government: leave universal credit alone. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Now I call upon Councillor Zakir Chaudhary to second the first amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have many concerns in my ward to have families yet they have enough earning. They rely on universal credit, has access to the cheap food, yet there are hundreds and thousands of tons of good food wasted by the UK food industry every year, which ultimately ends up in landfill. We are also aware of millions of people nationwide who struggle to afford to eat. The national charity Fair Share estimate this figure to be 8.4 million people, equivalent to the entire population of London. Just think of that for a moment, 8.4 million people not able to afford to eat. Fair Share own research shows that 46% of the people accessing their service have gone a whole day without proper meal in last month. We should not witness poverty on this scale in a Western country in 21st century. It is truly shocking that over 3.6 million tons of all food is wasted annually by the UK food industry, which is the farmers, growers, manufacturers, processors, wholesalers, retailers, also food services compliance. All have had to waste with estimated value of billions. Money at just throw away. Every year in UK, over 7 million tons of food and drinks thrown out. This may be the past its best date, but it would still be perfectly safe to eat. If just 2 million tons of good food that goes to waste each year is still enough for 1.3 million meals. I think the difference what alone could make, especially to those families on poverty line with children going to school with empty bellies. We have been the part who have instrumental in ensuring that long-term security of the school meals, of knowing the importance of the children having at least one hot meal a day, or having making the difference. We need to ensure that policy continues explained so that all our children have opportunity to substitute breakfast and lunch 5 times a day, 5 times a week, as well as during the school holidays. Yet the families with children who have to rely on universal credit, the forthcoming removal of £20 per week will still hit them very hard and could affect more 20 facilities. People who will have to make even more saving just to be able to eat in this winter. We should not be witnessing poverty on this scale in Western country in 21st century. I move this second amendment.
Thank you very much. Now I call upon Councillor Simon Morel to move the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to move the amendment in my name, Councillor Simon Morel for Frankly Great Park Ward in South Birmingham. I think everybody in this room would agree poverty is a scourge on society and everybody wants to solve it. some more than others. I grew up by a single mother on the 4th floor of a block of flats on Turbs Green. Aylesbury House, it was called. It's not there anymore. It's been pulled down. I still remember the smell of the urine-stained lift, the syringes by the front door, and the burnt-out first floor. Lord Mayor, I became a Conservative not despite being raised on a council flat. I'm a Conservative precisely because I know what it's like to live in a council flat. We ended up in the flat through bad luck. A private landlord sold our house. My mum didn't let this affect us. She spent months decorating it to make it look nice. That was our home. My mum worked her entire life. She was born in Hockley, raised in Winston Green, before moving to Wheeley as a teenager. She had to bring her own brothers and sisters up on her own, and she understood what real poverty was, and she wanted to ensure that we never went through the same thing. Lord Mayor, I am not a Conservative despite being raised by a single mother. I'm a Conservative precisely because I was raised by a brilliant single mother. I remember waking up every morning, running down a cold hallway to jump in front of the fireplace, getting the 49 bus that was always late, so I'd walk to school anyway. In 2002, we moved to a housing association in Rubery, and I was still late for school, even though I was right opposite. I remember going to school and getting free school meals and being in the queue and liaising with other people who were getting free school meals about what classified as middle class. You know, those kids that would come back every year from holiday, who've been to Disney World. We never went on holiday. We never had that. Lord Mayor, I am a Conservative not despite claiming free school meals. I'm a Conservative because I know what it's like to claim free school meals. Lord Mayor, as a Conservative, I know fundamentally that it is people and the community that make the difference in this world, not the state, not this council, not the government. During COVID-19, I spent most of my time helping out at the local food banks, reaffirming the view that community groups are the best place to serve and to help, especially in food poverty. And surprisingly, one Labour councillor actually mocked me for doing this. He since apologised, and I accepted that. But let's not beat around the bush here. The idea of the Labour Party, frankly, trying to solve poverty, for me is like a tobacco company trying to solve cancer. It's an oxymoron. You only need to look at every area Labour run, and you will see them weaponising poverty for political gain. In many cases, it's not about compassion. It's about control. During the local elections in 2018, I had to stand outside school gates in Franklin and explain to parents the lies about free school meals, that 50,000 more kids were entitled, when the Labour Party tried to claim that 1 million people were being taken out of it. Those 1 million people, that was because of a change in universal credit that made, you know those middle-class kids I was talking about? They were entitled to free school meals. So we had to bring it down to ensure that it was fair and balanced. In 2019, in the general election, Labour lied again about the cost of living. Sky News actually had to fact-check that. But the biggest lie of all that really makes me angry as somebody who's brought up in poverty is when you mislead figures on poverty by claiming that 1/3 of children live in poverty. This is being done, and I've got the figures here, and this is from Full Fact. This is called relative poverty. Basically, it is 60% of median earnings in this country. So if the country gets richer and you earn less than 60%, you will be classed as living in poverty. To give you another analogy, if we had a city full of billionaires, millionaires would be living in poverty. Does that sound like a realistic way of measuring poverty in this country? No, it doesn't. It is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And speaking of billionaires, if you listen to the Labour Party, you'd probably think there was loads of them. There's 171 billionaires. Prevention is better than cure. If you give a man a fish, you'll feed him for a day. If you give him a fishing rod, you will feed him for life. If you're the Labour Party, give him somebody else's fish, and he will vote for you in an election. To quote your own MP, the Labour Party have cared more about pulling down statues this last year than raising the aspirations of the people that I represent. Your MP said that, and he was a Muslim, so don't you dare call me racist. Thank you very much. These are... Please. The funny thing about this, and I will conclude on this point, and I'm going to throw a bone here. It is people like me and my mum who used to vote for the Labour Party. And as much as you hate everything that I'm saying up here, you need to reach out to people like us. And I want to ask you, stop lying about poverty. Stop manipulating the figures. Stop doing it. You do it all the time.
Please.
And I'm going to ask you to back our amendment today, which says that the Council notes that the Government already recognises the United Nations Interventional Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, which includes the fundamental right to be free from hunger. Have a read through it, support that amendment, because otherwise, if you don't, you will just prove everything that I've said at this dispatch box. It is not about compassion, it is about control. You do not care about solving poverty in this country.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I call upon Councillor Dominic Stanford to second the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the amendment from Councillor Simon Morrell. I have no doubt that every decent member in this room will share the common view that every UK citizen has a right to be free from hunger. We all understand that families across the country have been going through difficult and unprecedented times during this country's deepest post-war crisis. With both incomes and parents' ability to work affected by COVID-19, it's only right that government and local authorities support families struggling to put food on the table. Since the start of the COVID-19 outbreak, quick action has been taken by the Conservative government to support families. Councillor Armstrong called for radical change from the Conservatives that we have in Parliament. And that is exactly what we have had throughout this pandemic. Over 11.5 million people have been kept in their jobs through the furlough scheme, while welfare changes worth over £9 billion were quickly introduced and extended until the end of this month. The £500 million local authority hardship fund was established, and a £63 million local welfare assistance fund was also created so that councils can help those struggling to afford food and other essential items. This Conservative government invested over £352 billion in measures to create, support and protect jobs and businesses, as well as introducing measures such as mortgage holidays and additional support for renters. It's incredibly welcome that during the pandemic and the period of school closures during the last academic year, schools received extra funding so that they could offer food parcels and meals to eligible children throughout the pandemic. As part of a wider strategy to reduce child food poverty, it's also welcome that two of the policy proposals put forward in the very report referenced by this motion, the National Food Strategy, are already being taken forward by ministers, namely an extension to the Holiday Activities and Food Programme, which has provided healthy food and enriching activities to disadvantaged children since 2018, including here in Birmingham, thanks to over £8 million of government funding to this council this summer. And secondly, an increase of the Healthy Start Scheme payment, helping pregnant women or those with a child under 4 to buy basic foods like milk or fruit. There is no doubt that this Conservative government have acted swiftly, decisively and compassionately in supporting families throughout this pandemic. But I'm sad to say that the same cannot be said of this Labour Council. What we see in this motion is a shameless politicisation of food security by the Labour administration. This Labour Council have let down families suffering from food insecurity and deprivation time and time again. When the government provided billions of pounds in support in grants to small and independent businesses in March last year to help businesses stay afloat and to help business owners put food on the table, our city's businesses were left waiting for weeks for the money to be paid into their accounts. Birmingham City Council were in the 6 worst performing local authorities in the country for paying out grants speedily. And what do they do in the middle of the pandemic to support hard-working families getting back into work in Birmingham? They implement a travel tax of £8 a day for those that can't afford to upgrade their vehicles in this city to enter the city centre, shutting people out of the labour market, penalising families on the school run and shutting down access to vital services. In my own ward of Quinton, this Labour Council left children eligible for free school meals without hot lunches for months and months at a council-maintained school. Thank you. I'll wrap up. Thank you. They left infant school children to survive on cold sandwiches for months and months. As we open up and recover from the pandemic, it's right that the government switches their focus to getting people back into work and improving their prospects, and that is exactly what the government are doing. Already, there are 260,000 approved roles created through the £2 billion Kickstart scheme, specifically for 16 to 24-year-olds on universal credit. There are 50,000 16 to 24-year-olds on universal credit getting into those roles, changing their lives forever. This Labour Council should take a leaf out of the Conservatives' handbook and focus their energies on getting people back into decent quality jobs that pay, rather than penalising the residents of this city for enjoying the great city we live in.
Your time is up.
I move to second the motion, the amendment.
Now I call upon Councillor John Carton to reply to the motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am very sorry that we've not been able to have a longer debate on this issue, one of fundamental importance to so many people in this city. I know also that many members in this chamber are rightly concerned about food poverty, passionately support the right to food, and also oppose that cut to universal credit and would have liked to have spoken on that this afternoon. I'm also very mindful that in the context of this debate we have not heard the voice of a single woman. And when you look at the impact of poverty disproportionately upon women in this city and this country, it is a great shame that we have not been able to hear those voices today. So I wanted to acknowledge that fact first and foremost. I also want to thank the people outside of this chamber, citizens, activists who are supporting the campaign for the right to food. I was very pleased to be handed earlier this afternoon this petition by Unite's community branch supporting the right to food. I urge colleagues to sign that and indeed the petition supporting the campaign to cancel the cut as well. If I may turn to the amendments. Firstly, the amendment from Liberal Democrat colleagues. I think that's a very sensible amendment which we on this side are very happy to accept. I was tempted when Councillor Baz referred to the positive results of Liberal Democrat participation in government to remind myself who was in government between 2010 and 2015 when many of the issues around austerity and welfare reform were carried through. But I shall not rise to that particular debate today. Let me turn, if I may, to the Conservative amendment. I listened to both speeches with great interest. I read the detail of the amendment over the course of this afternoon with great interest. I noticed Simon Morell delivered a speech of 7 minutes in which he told us an awful lot about why he thought he was a Conservative, but spent 7 minutes failing to address either any of the issues, serious issues, in the motion that we have put before Council today, or indeed the substance of the amendment that stands in his name. And I have to say, listening to some of those comments, if that's the face that the Birmingham Conservative Party wishes to present, that disdain for those many people who are 3 weeks away from losing income that has been keeping them afloat. That disdain for the right to food and those issues of food poverty that have hit our country over many years, I do wonder what it is the Conservative Party are trying to say to many people in this city of Birmingham. Councillor Stanford, I'm conscious that was I believe, your maiden speech. Congratulations on making it. It was a well-made speech. Despite that, I have to say, and you won't be surprised to know this, I almost wholly and profoundly agree with the content of what you said, whilst admiring the style in which you said it. And again, I thought it was fascinating that it didn't address the substance of the amendment or the content of our motion in any way whatsoever. Because I think this Tory amendment is actually worth some analysis. One of the first things that strikes me about that amendment is just the overall sense of denial. No acceptance of the responsibility for over a decade for that situation of food poverty, which I set out in my opening remarks. It deletes every reference to austerity, to so-called welfare reform, a denial that this has plunged 10 million people into food poverty, no acknowledgement of that 166,000 families in this city facing that cut to universal credit. And after all that, they even can't accept the idea of the right to food. That amendment deletes the very words itself. I reject absolutely and wholly the suggestion that this administration has been found wanting in any way to the immediate crisis around COVID. We have stepped up consistently, we have stepped in, and we have called out where government has been found wanting. We have done that on every occasion. All of those measures that were referred to, that the government took, they had to be dragged kicking and screaming to do it by politicians from the Labour Party, by footballers nationally, by concerned and active citizens. That's the only reason that those measures were taken, and let's have no more nonsense about that. I also was intrigued to note the reference to the Centre for Cities report, which was in the amendment moved by Conservative councillors, but not referenced in their speeches, and they made great play of this in the amendments. So I looked it up. I went on to the
Councillor
Central
John
City's website.
Councillor John Carter, you only got 30 seconds.
I've got 30 seconds. Well, let me tell you, the report makes no reference to Birmingham at all. It has 4 specific recommendations, and guess what one of them is? Make the universal credit £20 uplift permanent. No mention of that. So, I ask colleagues to reject the Conservative amendments, to accept the Liberal Democrat amendment, back this motion, let's back the right to food, and let's cancel the cut. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. We will now vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Babar Bas and seconded by Councillor Zakir Chaudhry. Those in favour? Those against? It is carried, the amendment. Now we will vote on the amendment proposed by Councillor Simon Morrell and seconded by Councillor Dominic Stanford. Those in favour? Those against? That is last. We will now vote on the motion as amended. Are those in favour? Are those against? Motion is carried as amended. Thank you very much. That concludes the business of today's meeting. Thank you for attending this meeting. See you next month. I want actually to be investigated.